Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. It's Woodbine Mohawk Park here in Campbellville, Ontario, set to go as we kick off a 4-day stretch here in the new year. Our first card of the 2026 calendar year begins with 12 dashes on a fast track with some flurries in the area, -9 Celsius, 16 Fahrenheit. A west wind clocked at 17 kilometers an hour isn't that severe in relation to how things have been lately. Part of the snow, and a combination of both, forcing kind of an unplanned vacation for many of us here and many of our players, as it seems like it's been quite a while since we've been back in action. Mother Nature wreaking havoc on the product here, not just here, but in other places in Ontario as well, and south of the border. Forcing the cancellations. But things look good for this weekend. We kick off a 4-day stretch. That is our winter rotation, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, with a new start time. 6:15 Eastern is the new post time. That's why we're hitting the airwaves at 5:30. Once again, Happy New Year, everybody. Chad Rosema back to call the action. Standing by in studio, we've got Randy Waples and John Rallis. They're chomping at the bit to get going. They've got lots to talk about on this 12-race card. What I've got for you, though, changes. So let's roll. Race number 1 to start the early pick 5. Guaranteed at $75,000. The Two Dirty Laundry is going to go can't see back to a blind with a Murphy blind on the left added. So can't see back to a blind and an inside Murphy added to the Two Dirty Laundry. Race 2, no changes. Third race, early pick 4 underway. Scratch the 3 LA Mickey. Judges Transportation. Take out the 3 LA Mickey. Pick 6 underway in race 4. Number 7, Like Chaos, open to blind. Open to blind bridle on number 7, Like Chaos in race 4. Fifth race, the 5, JM, bet on 6, blinkers 9, Swift Talker, a judge's scratch. Take out the 9, Swift Talker. We have 12 tonight, so that means we've got 3 pick 5s again. The start of the mid pick 5 in race 6 has no changes in the opening leg. Race 7. It's the final of the Niagara, rescheduled from the Boxing Day cancellation. 3-year-old Philly Pacers do battle there, no changes. 8th race to start the late pick 5, number 1, Instantaneous. Shoe change behind, going aluminum to steel behind, and blinkers to blind. On the 1, Instantaneous in race 8. 9th race final of the Valedictory for the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers, and it's the start of tonight's late pick 4. Also eligible, 11 National Tier does not draw in. That one is scratched. 10th race, all clear. Race 11, number 6, Bayfield Beach. Will go blind to blinkers. Blind to blinkers on the 6, Bayfield Beach in race 11. And tonight's 12th and final. Fresh start in the Jackpot High 5. No changes in race number 12. That's what we've got for you early on, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck with all your wagers. Thanks for kicking off your new year right here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Our first of 12 coming your way in 42 minutes. Downstairs we go. It's the Friday edition of Woodbine Racing Live with Randy and John. Enjoy.
Campbell still the best. 19 in a row. Campbell.
Battle to the wire. Amity Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Cup 25, Canada's horse. Sun Beach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
There, up and pacing.
This is the moment. Gotta one up my opponent.
Nick Wicked on the outside.
Gotta get it the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. TCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Happy New Year, everybody, and welcome to another year of racing here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And it's 2026, another year, and hopefully all the stats are clean, and we're hoping to, wishing everybody the best of luck this year as well, good health and good happiness. And we're wishing ourselves some pretty good luck from the handicapping standpoint as well, as I bring in my co-host, the Hall of Famer, Randy Waples. New year, clean slate. That's it. We've got no... how did you deal with this when you drove?
Too many cancellations, John. I'm
you're
eager.
revved up?
I want at it.
Yeah.
I want at it. We got to
been a
start
while,
working. It has been, yeah. We went all that time off there. You know, I mean, you always kind of want that Christmas break, just not the kind of the way that we got it with all those cancellations.
Mother
you know?
Nature.
It is, yeah. But I'd still take the cancellations over, bad roads, trucking horses around on the bad roads, having horses and the drivers out in bad conditions. I'll take the cancellations.
How did you all, as a driver, though, how did you deal with, obviously, the start of a new year? Did you want to get off on a hot start from the get-go, or did it not matter to you all that much?
Oh, I think everybody, kind of wants to start it out, start out cracking. You know, sometimes when you start out real good, things just keep snowballing and getting better and better. And as you're driving through the winter and things are going well for you, people notice that. And they're saying, hey, I got a real nice 3-year-old coming back this year. I'm going to use that guy to drive him. He's winning all the races. He's a hot driver. So I always thought it was really important to be here in the winter time. Basically putting it out there that you're going to be here on the good nights too.
Any New Year's resolutions for you this year?
I want to lose weight.
Okay.
Yeah, I quit smoking last year, which was good. But unfortunately, sometimes when you quit smoking, the old weight can kind of come on too. And I'm a little bit porky for me. So that's my biggest New Year's resolution, is to try to get back into some kind of a shape. Instead of egg-shaped.
Yep, and you know what? A lot of people didn't believe when you said that you had stopped smoking.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people walking around the paddock, and they're like, "No,
I just quit.
around."
One day, I just said enough. That's the way to do it. I think that's the way. If you're going to smoke, I know that it sounds like preaching, but it really isn't. You just have to say to yourself, what would you do if you met up with 7-year-old Randy Waples on the playground and said, "Hey, Randy, I can't give up these cigarettes"? I would have laughed at my older self. So, it was a struggle, but after about 3 months, I'll tell you, you don't even think about them anymore.
All right, so yeah, good habit to break without a doubt. But let's pick some winners though to
Let's
start
do
off
that.
2026, because I'm excited to dig into the handicapping, a nice clean slate. If you keep track of your yearly wins or profits or losses, this is we're starting at 0 here tonight.
That rogues gallery.
Let's hope if we can get off on the right foot here. But we're going to look at our top 8 circuit drivers throughout the year. Oh, this is throughout the year. And James McDonald, Louis Watt, Doug McNair, and Jody Jamieson all on this board. I want to say this has to probably do with wins, I guess.
I would have to think, because I would love to. Where did McClure end up money wise on our circuit?
Yeah.
Because boy, he would be deep.
I think he won. I know he won 199 races. I just don't know how many he won at some of those other tracks.
Right. I'm looking more at the earnings.
Yeah.
I can remember the first time that I went to the front in the wins column. My father looked at me and he said, the other column is the one that counts, meaning the winning, the money. So I always kind of looked at that. $6.7 million. And I mean, I know that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but I'll bet you that moves him into probably second, right in behind James, maybe third. But come on, $6.7 million with only 177 wins. I mean, this guy really, really cashed when it counted.
Really good year. I think Louis earned more than him this year. I believe, obviously traveling to the
This
U.S.
circuit?
Maybe not this circuit.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking in the circuit, he might be in second place.
Yeah, really, really good season again. The ones that stand out predominantly, obviously, Bojangles, but a lot of provincial success for Bob McClure as well. And obviously an O'Brien Award finalist for Driver of the Year. And he sat behind a lot of finalists as well. I mean, he had a really, really strong year. And nice to see Trevor Henry, Tyler Borth, Travis Cullen rounding out that list. Travis Cullen, I mean, we see 133 wins on this circuit. But how about the work that him and his mom Jody put forth across Ontario at the B tracks? I mean, just everywhere. They're hard workers, and they just they're at every racetrack racing all week long.
True, I completely agree with that. Really, really hardworking kind of a guy. But I mean, how much of a pair of losers are you and I when we sat there? And one of my conversations to you tonight is, "Hey, did you watch that filly that Travis Cullen raced at London the other night?" And the first word out of your mouth is, "Whoa, what a big move!"
Big move, yeah.
Exactly. Now, I mean, how bad are we on a Wednesday night, December the 31st, and we're watching the races from London? We
didn't get invited to those big parties, Randy. Just not a bad alternative watching racing to close out 2025. Top 8 circuit trainers here. We're going to see Dave Maneri tops on this board. just a huge year for Dave Maneri, but really a huge year for everybody else here this year as well. Kyle Fellows, Jody Cullen, Greg McNair, all with really, really strong campaigns as well.
You know, in a way, Logan Park, he had to have hurt Kyle Fellows' overall standing. You know, because that's a horse that you basically have penciled in for on this circuit. You know, probably $250,000, you know, I would have to think anyway. But yeah, real nice bunch. And again, big year also by McNair, you know, 13.9 win percentage, but almost $2.5 million put
just
away.
Quietly a good year. Like he just has steady performers, and he has a, you know, stable, obviously a busy stable, but he's just got a consistent
He's a guy
barn.
that's really quietly made a Hall of Fame career.
Yep, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And Carmen Asiello, Gary Murner, Tony Beaton, Ben Baerjean, more talented names on this list. And again, you know, each of them having really good years as well in their own right as well.
Big year for all of them, but I'm going to make a prediction that Murner absolutely blows that number away this year.
Yep.
You
He's
know,
getting a lot.
He's getting a lot of nice horses.
Growing,
his
right.
stable's growing, and he's really sharp.
Yep.
You know, so
again, all right. So we wish everybody the best of luck this year as well. Looking forward to see not only horses return later on this year, of course, when you know, they come back as 3-year-olds, but I'm excited to see some of the 2-year-olds as well. It's crazy. We're just recapping 2025, and it's January right now, and we're thinking about the Grand Circuit season. North American Cup. It's going to come quick. It's going to come really quick. I hear Chad say it all the time. It just comes really, really fast, and just something that I look forward to.
The New Holland Series, to me,
that's the stepping stone.
That's the stepping stone.
Yeah.
When we see the New Holland Series come out, then we know, hey, the nice weather's coming, and the good horses are coming right behind them. Not that these horses are bad; they're just a little bit more high caliber in the summertime.
We still see some good ones, right? Remember Nautical Hanover before he had that little bit of unfortunately, that mishap in that Gold Cup, but we saw Brew Hanover as well. We've seen some good ones on the trotting and pacing side in those series. That's a pretty good one that I always look forward to as well.
Again, agreed. And years ago, they used to have some real nice wintertime series. There's one for the older trotters called the Horseman's Trot, and for the pacers, I think it was called the Toronto Series.
Okay.
Well, they were good races too. Yeah.
All right. Speaking of good races, let's dig into this Friday night program. One thing I'm glad that New Year's is gone. I know what days of the week it is now, because I had no idea what day was what.
I hear you.
Every day was just the same to me. Now I know that today's Friday, even though it feels like a Monday, because we've been off for so long.
Yeah.
It just feels like you're coming back from Christmas break. But this is Friday night. Technically our race week starts, right? We've got four straight days, but we're going to be right back at it.
12
here.
tonight too.
12 races tonight. I think 12 tomorrow as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to the next couple of nights. But looking forward to this opener, Randy, because this is a pretty competitive field that we're going to see going postward. We've got some pacers, a full field of 10. We see a few horses taking some support here, a few fillies. Gala's Black Beauty. I thought that daughter of Bulldog Hanover put forth a pretty nice effort in her career debut, much better than that qualifying effort, I thought. I think she's definitely a contender in this spot. There's ones that I'm intrigued with without a doubt, and one of them specifically being the starter from the inside, Sporty Evie, one that's going to be making career start number 2. Now, we got a chance to see her in the summertime, Randy. You know, just things didn't seem to work out. She didn't look like herself. She missed some time. She's coming off a couple of qualifying efforts right now, and I think that most recent qualifying effort, I think both of them were sneaky good. And I think the last one definitely was a step in the right direction. And I like her in this spot tonight. I'm going to give her a whirl on top, this daughter of Sports Writer. And let's highlight that qualifying effort, because I believe you also went to her on top in this spot as well. And this was one that caught your attention, you know, this daughter of Sports Writers prep as well.
Yeah, I thought both qualifiers were strong. You know, it's unfortunately we lost a little bit of a date, but coming from this barn doesn't bother me as bad, because I know that they'll whip one down here, or they got a really fast track at their farm. They can train them. They always seem to, it's never fitness with the McNair horses. They might draw a bad or get a bad trip or something. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that either. Dougie never gives a horse a bad trip. So, I mean, that's the way I'm looking at it. But you can see Dougie sliding up the inside. And what I liked about her is at all times, it seemed like she had good go on the end of it. I like the size of her. She's got, looks like she's out of a Mach 3 mare. She's got a little bit of Mach 3 looks to her too, kind of a bit built like a little bit of a tank. I like her in here. Now, I'm not a big fan of the rail, but she did have the rail in that first qualifier and had no issues, got away 5th. I think he's going to get away a little bit closer with her in here tonight. And one thing about Dougie, he is going to give you an opportunity. Now, one thing I'll say about her too, though, is I'm struggling a little bit. How do you pronounce her name again? The last part?
Sporty Evie.
Evie.
Evie. I want to say I've screwed up. I've butchered these names in the past. Kind of similar names as well. I know you have a history of that as well.
Bad.
Yeah.
So it's Evie.
I hope we're right about that.
Okay, it's not Evie.
You could be. You now I got to ask Greg to make sure. That's one thing I'm going to do before race number one.
You do that.
I'll do that. I'll get confirmation on that. We don't want any more name mishaps without a doubt. Right? Not without a doubt. But one that others went to from the outside is going to be Beach Wiggle. A lot of intrigue with this filly, though, Randy. You know what? The thing is, it's a guessing game. We couldn't see that qualifying effort because they're not televised at Flamborough. The line looks really, really good. That's why, for me, I decided to take a wait-and-see approach. She starts outside. She's coming off one qualifying effort, and she's going to be making career start number one. I said, let me wait and see. But look, right now you're getting double-digit odds. This is a filly. I wouldn't be surprised if she popped up with a big effort tonight.
I wouldn't be surprised if she jumped up with a win. I'm not using her either. And it wouldn't surprise me if she jumped up with a win. My only thing is I would be more surprised if he over-raced her.
Okay.
And the big thing is like we were talking about a little bit earlier, too. Collins unleashed a 3-year-old pacing filly at London on Wednesday night. Can't remember her name. But anyway, he raced her from off the pace. First lifetime start, he brought her like from off the pace. She ended up second over. The horse that was towing her up either made a break or cleared, and he turned this thing loose around the last turn at London. And I mean, John, she flew. So I would imagine these two trained down together. I'm thinking that this was maybe the stronger of the two if he's electing to bring this one to this track. I don't think he's going to over-race her from the 10 hole, but like John said, I wouldn't be shocked to see her come up with the Gagne.
There's always a number, and I think, again, you're getting a good enough number where you can say, why not include her in a pick 5 ticket? Why not maybe sprinkle a win bet in there, or maybe, use her for some exotics or whatnot. But look, this is a homebred of Travis Strode and Ron, so one that I'm intrigued to see. And if they think there's ability there, I don't think this is maybe a filly that they're going to probably race overly aggressive, especially in career start number one from the outside. But a lot of fillies in this spot that I'm intrigued with. But Sport Evie, the direction that Randy and I are going to go to in the opener. We're going to move on to race number 2. That's going to be the back half of that early double. We've got a field of 8 going postward here. And to me, the middle of the gate looks to be ideally where a lot of us are going to be going. Head of the class, Don It's Over, and Legacy's Jailbreak. You, on the other hand, you're going to go value shopping here, and let's talk about your top selection here. Double dipping. You're going to try and for a value player here, Randy. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sarah does a really good job with this horse. Sarah Baergeron, she races him a lot down in the summertime in Saratoga. Races a lot of her horses down there. What's the other one?
Dealing with Dewey.
Dealing with Dewey, yeah. But she does a really good job, and I mean, we don't get to see her training average, being that this is a reset into the first racing date of this year. But trust me, she has a pretty good average that she does. She does well. I like this horse. I think he does. Whenever we do see him race here, he does a good job. Mario used to drive him a lot for Sarah last year. When he's in his class, he's raceable. When he's not in his class, Mario would just kind of hide him. I look at it as a horse that's coming up here that was racing good in Saratoga in optional 25s that's going to take a stab at the 12 to 15. Personally, I don't remember Double Dippin' ever racing at a 12 to 15 level. He's always been at a low conditions, but around the 25 claimer area. So I'm going to take a chance with him. Legacy's Jailbreak, going to throw her in for second. Didn't like her on top in her last race, but boy, oh boy, did I like her from coming off of a helmet. So 7-6 is the way that I'm going to go. You?
Yeah, I went to Legacy's Jailbreak here in this spot, but I didn't key her on my multi-leg tickets. I'm like you. I thought she was just kind of so much the best. It didn't really matter how she was raced last time out. I don't think that she looked as sharp or maybe as strong. Got a little bit weak, but had a sizable enough lead where it didn't really seem to matter. But you're going to go lone wolfing, Randy. You're the only one using double dipping anywhere on the ticket, and you're going to be using him on top. So you're definitely going to get rewarded if
Let's go, Sarah.
Let's go double dipping. Obviously getting a pilot who's very, obviously familiar with him as well, Aaron Byron, who's been driving some of Sarah's stock when she does race at Saratoga. There's our thoughts in race number 2. We're going to move on to race number 3. Big scratch here.
Ooh, is it
Mickey? I think it's La Mickey, right? Or is it L.A. Mickey? I'm not sure.
I would say L.A. Mickey would be the way I would
LA
go.
Mickey, big scratch here, though, Randy. This really opens the door for anybody to win this race.
But I would have said Evie, too.
Yeah, exactly. You're not the best with names. We've known that.
Horrible.
We've known that for sure. But Sugar Pie Honey, one that I think is going to default to taking a lot of play. She was the morning line favorite. She's coming off a pair of qualifying efforts. Look, this is a mare who, when she raced as a 3-year-old last year, I mean, that was a really good season. Just 12 starts, but 7 times in the winner's circle. off those qualifying efforts, I think she's ready for a big performance tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you can see if you look down her card there, the one time she shows Bird beating Dirty Diana. How would Dirty Diana look in here?
Oh, big
you know,
time.
I mean, so I think that she's class. I will say that I went to L.A. Mickey up on top, or La Mickey up on top there. I like the way that she's been racing for Paul Court. Jody's coming right back with her, and you know, last week she raced non-winners of 6,000. Now she, to me, takes a little bit of a drop back down into this non-winners of 3. I think it's a little bit easier competition-wise, but now with her scratch, Sugar Pie Honey is the way that I'm going to go in here. And to tell you the truth, John, now that La Mickey is gone, I would look at Sugar Pie Honey as a single.
Yeah, same for me. And we're going to get a chance to see Sugar Pie Honey's most recent qualifying effort again. The last time we saw her race was in that grassroots final on September 27th. And then now she's going to be returning here for start number 1 in 2026 off a couple of qualifying efforts. So we're going to highlight the most recent one. I thought that she was moving well in the late stages of this mile. You could see that James right now is 4th on the inside, but he's about to angle, this mare out. And I thought she was moving well towards the wire. Again, James still in amongst them, going to move over to the outside again. And the moment she starts getting some momentum, I thought that she was moving really well. Really good body language from this mare, good body language from the driver. I think this is one ready for a big effort tonight.
I agree with you. I like the qualifier because at the head, getting to the head of the lane, he had a choice to make. He was either going to slide her up the inside or move her over to the outside. And I think he took the outside route because she had too much go for where he was, where he was thinking about sending her. So I think she showed us at the head of the lane that she was live.
Now we're going to see a sweep now of a sweep of ones here in this spot. So one that I'm intrigued with. You know what? I think I probably made a misprint there, but I'm intrigued with Sunshine Magic, one that you've got underneath. I actually meant to use her in for second. Coming off a nice win on December 20th. I think this is a nice mare. Look at the competition that she took on earlier on this year. Obviously, the Absolutions, the likes of her, the likes of Wicked Pace, some really good fillies and mares that she took on, and I think this is a daughter of Better's Delight that's got some ability as well.
I agree, and you know the funny thing about it too, there's Jeff Hunt, Pat's son, doesn't do a lot of driving here, but have you ever seen him drive bad? Because I haven't.
You know what I mean? He's aggressive.
He's aggressive,
yeah.
But I never see him in a bad spot with them. If he's not where he's supposed to be, it's because that's what he wanted. And if he wants to have them, in a good spot, he gets them in a good spot. I think he does a really good job.
Lady Freight, I think, is really going to benefit from a scratch in a shorter field here, right? I mean, this is one that we know has some wheels on the end of it. I don't love the date. I don't, obviously, but this is one that we know we're going to get a good run from her late in the mile.
Yeah, agreed. I got her in now, I guess, in for third now. Rock Shadow didn't use her because of the stale date. December the 6th, just a little bit too much. But now, again, with the scratch of the 3-horse, she might be playable down in on the bottom.
Absolutely. Yeah, one that I do think can pick up a pretty big piece. We're going to move on to race number 4. That's going to kick off the pick 6 sequence. We've got a field of 10 going postward. We're going to switch over to the trot here. Lily's Last, one that was a good second last time out, and what was her first start on Lasix, and we're going to be scratched down to a field of 9 here. Now Walk on the Moon is going to be scratched, and I think that's going to help a horse from the outside in Meadowview Rothy that I think is a contender in this spot. Just curious to see what Bob is going to elect to do with this mare off the card. But Lily's Last, one that you backed before she even raced on Lasix. Some tough trips, some efforts that maybe she was a little bit more flat than maybe we anticipated. But I tell you what, once we saw that L pop up, I thought she bounced back in a big, big way last time out.
Completely different horse last week, wasn't she? Like even going in behind the gate, everything about her was different. She was really, really sharp still, but not aggressive sharp, just a sharp the way that you want them. I think the Lasix really calmed her down. It just seems like it really worked wonders on her. So let's take a look at that replay. First start Lasix for Lily's Last. And when their first start Lasix, John, you know what happens after that?
Second start Lasix.
That's right. And then we know what happens. Randy's all over them, right? Okay, so she goes into this last race because she was going to make her appearance on the Lasix list. She missed 2 weeks going into the start. Had the 9-hole, made a big leave out of there in 28 and change. You can see the weather. She's there at the half in 56 and 4. She's getting muscled up on the inside. Horse come to remove. She didn't really want to let them go. She finally lets them go. Now she's muscled back up down on the inside, starting to get a little bit tired. But like I said, she was at the half in 56, took a big park out of the 9-hole, 2 weeks off between races, and she's really the only one other than the 5-horse that's making good ground, gains on the end of it. And the 5-horse, I think that they could have went around again and he wasn't going to get by her. So Lily's Lass is the way I'm going to go.
And you love the winner on that night, right? Sultan Domino, who raced good to be 5th last time out. I believe was first start Lasix as well. Sultan Domino to be 5th, bounced back, second start Lasix, and was an easy winner. We're going to see that same pattern here with Lily's Lass, and you're going to hope that, we're going to hope that it's a winning formula. But again, I know you didn't use her on your ticket though, Randy, but I do think this Meadowview Rothy, post 10 or not, I think she's one that's a bit of a danger here if she can work out the right trip.
Yeah, I've used her different times. I like the way that Mario was kind of bringing her along in that, but I don't know, every once in a while, I just don't really like her gait. Doesn't really suit me, you know what I mean? So she's not one that I go right looking for. I see that they're going to use Bobby on her tonight, and she does draw the 10-hole. You know, I mean, she's been racing, okay, decent, I guess. I just think that I got to let her prove it to me, though.
One that I think might be intriguing now with that bridle change, like Chaos. I mean, this is one that I wouldn't be surprised if he popped up with a pretty good effort. He's going to inherit post 6, tonight with the scratch of the 5. I think this is one that, if I could maybe do it over, maybe I would use him in my pick 5.
Yeah, open to blind.
Yep.
That's the interesting change on him.
We're going to see a down the road approach potentially tonight.
I would have to think.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to go to a blind bridle to take him back.
All right, there's our thoughts on race number 4, scratched down to a field of 9. We're going to move on to race number 5. That's going to close out this early pick 5. We're going to be scratched down to a field of 9 in this spot. And Job Hunter's, riding a 3-win race streak, 3-race win streak, I should say. And this is one that is really, really sharp. I don't think we're going to get 6-1 on this mare, even from the far outside. And I think she's going to have every opportunity to add a 4th straight win tonight.
Yeah, I think that she's the one to beat, but I'm going to try to beat her.
Okay.
I see the morning line right now is Tamara Hanover, with the rail. She looks playable in here as well. I didn't use her, though. I'm going to go JM bet on 6. Okay. I just think that I've seen her race against better competition, tougher horses, and she's been, now she's back here in basically the lowest fillies and mares competition that we had. And I think that the first 2 starts here was just an adjustment. The last start was much, much deeper than the first start. She had multiple moves and still had some more go on the end of it. I think she's ready to go. And Blake, maybe he's sending us a little bit of a Christmas notice. Bridle change on JM bet on 6. They're going to take the blinkers off, and they're going to go straight blind bridle on her as well. So like John alluded with Like Chaos, I think both of them are being hung up and sent out to potentially go forward off the gate or even cut the mile.
And one that you liked last time out. I mean, you backed her last time out, and she raced well, like you mentioned, had to make a few moves. And I think another middle of the gate draw bridle change. I think that she's definitely one that I think could race well. I opted to leave her off. I might end up regretting it. I thought All Smoke and Mirrors raced okay. This is one that's got ability when she's on her game. I just haven't liked what I've seen at the end of it in some of those efforts given the trips.
Yeah, she had a real good go going there for a bit, but 43 starts last year. Now she's headed into this year. I'm thinking that, there's a point that maybe she's saying, hey, I need a little time in the field.
All right.
I don't think we're getting her at a sharp best.
I agree. And there's our thoughts on race number 5. We're going to move on to race number 6. That's going to kick off the mid-pick 5. We've got 3 pick 5s here this evening. And I have a feeling we're going to be reliving some heartbreak. And I say that because this Montana Slim, starting from the far outside tonight in field of 8, one that you and I both backed last time out. I believe Garnet did as well. 21-1. It was in the first leg of that pick 6 sequence. Pick 6 that, ended up paying 600. I had the ticket. It was, all was well, except it would have been a lot more had Montana Slim been a victor there. And let's look at his most recent effort, though, Randy, because, again, heartbreaking to watch, because this is a horse that if he just was able to pace straight, I think he gets the job done. But nevertheless, a really, really good effort from this Dave Kelly trainee.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Really, really had good movement on the end of it. You can see that 27 flat on the end of it. Good movement, but just couldn't get the job done with JJ Xavier. I myself am going to go Mr. Ibiza in here. Yeah, I'm going to go back to him. This is going to be second start. Kyle Fellows, obviously the first start. Not a whole lot happened in there for James and Kyle, but I think that this horse is in a better spot in this pop-up series, and McDonald returns. I think Mr. Ibiza is the way that I'm going to go, but Montana Slim, yeah, right there, just 21-1, John.
It was just moving side to side, but you could see he was running in. He's trying to veer him out a little bit, and unfortunately his momentum couldn't carry him into the winner's circle. But a few of us going back in the direction of Montana Slim, who really finds himself, I think, in a in a pretty good spot here as well to get the job done. I just don't know what trip we're going to see from the outside.
Yeah.
Maybe we see a more aggressive approach. I don't know, but this is one that I think definitely showed enough for me to say.
What's the
I'm
odds
going to
tonight?
back him a lot shorter.
Yeah,
I mean,
like what? I think he's favorite.
Probably the favorite in
Yeah.
the spot.
I mean, I don't understand who else could be. But you know something?
I could see easily the best taking some support just because of the barn that he hails from.
True. Okay. Well, the 6 and the 7 horse, I think, are more than usable in here.
Yep.
And the 7 horse, don't go to sleep on the 7 horse just yet. I'm telling you, don't go to sleep on this guy just yet. He's getting ready for a big one, I would have to think. I'm going to throw him in on the bottom of my ticket tonight.
All right, that's the first leg of that mid-pick 5, a field of 8 going postward to kick off race number 6. We're going to move on to race number 7 here, and we've got a Niagara Series final here for 3-year-old pacing fillies. This is a really deep race, and it gets deeper given the how the post positions shook out. Kiki D. Hanover, who's coming off back-to-back wins. Look, this mare has been racing really, really well, but what's she going to do from the far outside? I think we're going to see an aggressive approach, but aren't we going to see that from several in here?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's the final, right?
Yeah.
Nobody really wants to sit last, and there's no possible way that Kiki D. Hanover is going to get away unless she's forwardly placed. But like you said, there's all kinds of them that are going to be forwardly placed in here. So how much is it going to take out of her? If she drew the middle of the gate, I'm not 100% sure if I'm not putting her on top. But I'm going to throw her in for third. Highland Delight is the way that I'm going to go. Just quickly before we show you the replay on her, she raced November the 29th at Flamborough. Then she comes back, misses a little bit of time into that first leg of the Niagara, and she ends up finishing third in there when he tries a chop with her. And I think that she, with the 2 weeks off, that maybe it wasn't necessarily the right time to try it, but it certainly wasn't going to hurt her, and she was the favorite. So he tries it, and she ends up finishing third. I think a little bit light into that race. Now you would think that the 19th, December the 19th, the race that we're going to show you, she would be a little bit tighter, and I think that maybe she was a little bit tighter. I still think that the December 19th is still paying for December the 12th. So there's going to be multiple moves on December the 19th. We're going to show you that one now. She has the rail. She pushes out of there pretty good to get away third. Then she's going to have to come with a first over move. She's not going to have any answers for Kiki D. Hanover, but she's got the answer this week, which I think is a better, like now everybody's kind of going with a stale date. She's got a middle of the gate to go with, and I really do, in my opinion, think she's the deepest horse in here. I'm just hoping that Benny Hollingsworth is going to get a chance to give her a good chance. You can see Michael Whalen with Who Are You? I'm using her in here as well, down on Jody's back. But this other filly coming first over, just no answers for the filly up in front. But she's not going to have to come first over, I don't think, tonight. I think she's in a much, much better situation. He has to know that Jody or a couple of these other horses are going to be coming out of there. Why not blast out of there and try to sit close?
I wanted to use Who Are You on top because I thought that was a really good effort, but again, there's speed to, I think there's a lot of speed to her inside, and again, Jody's going to have to get his mare involved. I think Park Avenue Janet was a solid effort last time out. I think we're going to see her get involved early on as well. I don't know what to make of Better Double Down. I used her. She's going to be my all-in play, and I might end up regretting that. I'm banking on the filly that I saw a few starts ago when she ended up falling short in that Harvest Series final. That everything wrong happened in that race imaginable, and yet she still almost pulled it off. I can't say that I loved the effort last time, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I thought it was stellar. Even though it was a winning effort, from my standards, I thought it was an underwhelming winning effort, in my opinion. What did you think?
I thought it was okay, but I can honestly tell you, she's the one I'm trying to beat.
Okay.
And she's your top pick?
She's going to be I'm banking on the filly that I saw a few starts ago. If we see the one that we saw last time out, I don't know if that's going to get the job done in here personally.
Yeah, I like the way that Herb's bringing her in here, and I think that the reason why she looked a little bit light in her last start was that he raced her in the Niagara. Herb's a sharp cookie. He raced her in the Niagara. She finished second. He knows now there's only 2 legs, and she's made the final. So the next week, I say he goes real light on her that week, hoping to go hard on her this week coming up, but we ended up canceling. So I think that the way that she raced last week was basically the reason why was because Herb was trying to set her up for the final. So I still think that she's the one that's going to be coming into the final. To me, the one to beat. That's specifically Better Double Down is the one that I'm going after, not Kiki D. Hanover, Better Double Down.
It's funny because we're talking about all these speed threats in terms of what we're going to see off the car. that might benefit the rail starter, Woodmere Betcha, who has been racing really well, has shown some good pace on the end of it. All this early speed, that might be to a benefit of hers. She's one that I wouldn't take lightly in this spot.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
And another one that can cook up some speed too. What about Gucci Sealster?
Yep.
You know, he's going to come out of there with her because that's her whole bread and butter too. Get out of there, get her into a good spot, and then sit and see what happens.
A competitive race here in
Very
this
good.
Niagara Series final, especially with the way this draw shook out. So if you really like one in there, you're going to really extract some value if you can take a stand on one in particular. Race number 9, that's going to be the valedictory final here for these 3-year-old Colts and Gelding Pacers. We've got a field of 10 here going posted, and the morning line favorite, Get Wings, a winner of 3 of his last 4. He's got a good draw to work with. He's got gate speed, and he's got versatility. And is he the direction you're going to go in here tonight?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think he's the horse bringing in the best momentum of them all. You know, Louis drove him his first start here, was an easy winner and set him up well, multiple moves, but you know, he was set up real good. His next start, Jody picks him back up, and he's an easiest of winners. We just actually showed you, oh no, we didn't show you that replay. We are going to show you the replay of Get Wings. My opinion, the easiest of wins. You know, the head of the stretch, he's on top by 3, eventually wins by 2.5. But to me, that's just a shutdown horse. You know, I think that Jody knows exactly that this guy's the guy to beat. And I think that with the middle of the gate, he's going to go out of there and let the rest of them try to beat them. I don't see anybody beating him. Now, maybe Blazing Cruiser if he'd have got the better draw, but with him coming from the outside and Get the Wings having the middle of the gate 6-hole, I don't know if they're going to beat this guy. And he does look strong in here.
I would have liked to see that throwdown between Magical Bet and Get Wings. Obviously, once Magical Bet put in steps, it was a lot easier for Get Wings. I don't know if it would have made a difference anyways, though. You don't seem to think so, do you? Okay.
No, I don't. I think that Magical Bet would have ended up finishing second in this race. I truly do. You know, finish second. But no, and then Jody's got him shut down again. You know, and this is way before the wire. So I think he could have won the race by 6 or 7 lengths.
Obviously, James aboard Magical Bet, who did make that miscue, and we've seen miscues from him in the past in similar spots as well. But he also drove one last time out that did put in steps at the start of the race, right at the gate. In Blazing Cruiser, he's not going to be sitting behind him tonight, but I thought his recovery was really, really good, Randy. And this is an effort that I also want to highlight because, he never had a chance from the word go. But he made up a lot of ground, and he looked sharp at the end of it.
Yeah, no doubt about that. This is a horse that possesses a ton of speed. We talked about that earlier. Some horses, have different talents. This guy, his biggest talent, in my opinion, he is fast and crazy fast. Sometimes I think his legs gets in his way. He gets them moving so fast there that he can't get them out of the way, and then he probably interferes with himself. He's, it's never a lameness thing or anything like that, but I think that probably sometimes he gets doubled up. He wants at it so bad that he probably interferes with himself, and he ends up making a little bit of a break. Great recovery, had all that time off, and now right here, James really puts him to task, makes him put a little bit of effort on the bottom of it, and he does put up a good effort and then finishing second in there. But James had a choice, and he elects to go to the horse that you've been following pretty steady, that Magical Bet.
I'm going to give him another shot, just hoping that he can stay at it because it's not like the effort was poor. It's just that he jumped it off again. He's jumped it off in the past. Arby's Tenacious T, the one that I was intrigued to see what he would do when he came over from Indiana. This was a purchase for the new ownership group. That was a good effort. A nice confidence-boosting score. I know, obviously, with Blazing Cruiser jumping it off, that certainly helped him. But I thought he looked sharp in that win. So I think this is, off that effort, I think he can build off of it in the final, and he draws well. So, again, another competitive race in this final tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. My numbers, I went 6, 9, 4, and 8, and my all-in tonight is going to be Get Wings.
Okay, there's a look at race number 9. That's going to be the last leg of that pick 6. We're going to move on to race number 10. This is going to close out that mid-pick 5. We've got a field of 7 here, and I was really curious to see which way James was going to go in this particular race because I thought DMS Universe raced really, really well in her career debut. Dreamfair Diamond, I expected a little bit more in her most recent effort, but James opts to go to the starter of Cattle Wash over DMS Universe. Curious to hear your thoughts on that.
I think Dreamfair Diamond is a horse with a whole ton of ability and talent, but I do think that she's going to have to be managed and taught a little bit too.
Okay.
She's not coming in here just absolutely push button. I don't see it that way. But like I said, what I do see is a horse, that's got a V12 engine inside of her there. So, James is kind of taking his time with her, and I was a little bit interested too, which way that he was going to go in this race, and I think he answered all questions by going with Dream Fair Diamond on the which one he thought was the deeper of the two. So Dream Fair Diamond is the way that I'm going to go in here as well, and I think it's her race to lose.
Okay, I went to a DA Miss Universe. Mike Whalen, I think, is going to pick up a super live steer here, but I'm intrigued with Acquired Taste. Honestly, if the pace collapses in this spot in a short field, why can't she pick up a big piece of this tonight? I think she's a sleeper in here.
I agree. I threw her in on the bottom of it, and I caution again. I said this a few weeks ago. I caution again. Greg Manning at some point is going to start winning races.
All right, there's a look at race number 10. That's going to close out that mid pick 5. Again, we've got 12 tonight, so we've got 3 pick 5 sequences. And speaking of pick 5 sequences, let's take a look at the Hall of Famers' early pick 5 ticket idea here. And curious to see how many singles you've got here. 3 singles to close it out. All right.
Here you go, eh?
New year, same Randy.
Yes, you know it, eh? I'm just a bugger for the punishment, aren't I?
All right, let's go through your ticket.
So Sporty Evie and Gala's Black Beauty in the first race, and race 2, I'm going to go double dip, and I hope that that's the separator for me. Legacy's Jailbreak, going to back it up with that one. And then in race 3, here come the singles. Sugar Pie Honey singled in race number 3. Race number 4, Lily's Last is going to be my single, and in race number 5, JM bet on 6. Okay. It's not that obviously it's a $4 ticket, so it's not a very expensive ticket, but I do think I can get it down.
All right, my ticket a lot more expensive than yours. $36, obviously affordable, or is it $18? There is a scratch. See, I am scratched down to a field
Look
of.
at you go. You make money even when you don't, when you're not making money.
Somehow everything just becomes a lot cheaper. And that Sugar Pie Honey is going to be a single for me now. I'm going to inherit that single. I'm going to go all in on Sporty Evie. I think she's going to be my maiden breaker here in this spot. I'm really intrigued to see what the start of Sports Rider on Sporty Evie. Yeah, okay. Yeah. You're making me second guess every name now going forward. But 2 deep in race number 4. I'm going to go to the 2 and the 10. Lily's Last. One that merits a lot of respect, but I am going to use Meadowview Rothy, and 3 deep for me in race number 5. I think Job Hunter can win. Tamara Hanover merits respect, I think, in there. All Smoke and Mirrors for me as well. Maybe I should have thrown in JM bet on 6, though.
She can be tough in here.
Yeah, she could.
She's with
got
the middle of the gate,
yeah.
and then him going to a blind bridle. You'd almost think that that's how he's setting her up for, So there's my mid pick 5. We're going to start this out a little different, John. We're going to all race number 6. This is that Montana Slim race. I'm not putting him back up on top, but boy, oh boy, if he wins this race and happens to go off at a big number, I'm using him. So all race number 6, race number 7, my Highland Delight is going to be, again, a separator, I hope, in there. And then in race number 2 and race 8 and 9, I go 2 deep and 3 deep, and then the other single going to come along in race number 10, and that's going to be Dream Fair Diamond.
All right, there's a look at my pick, mid pick 5, and again I'm going to go single. I'm all in on Montana Slim. I think this is one that raced really, really well. Again, we're not going to get the same number we got last time out, but this thing was flying on the end of it, so I'm excited to see what this 6-year-old gelding can do tonight. And I'm going all in on Better Double Down. This is the risk. Again, if I see the filly that I saw a few starts ago, I'm feeling confident. Again, I just hope that she can take a step forward off that win in her most recent, because I can't say that I was in love with that winning performance. But and then some coverage to close things out. I opted to leave off Dream Fair Diamond. I just think that DA Miss Universe, I think this is one that can come with a pretty big effort as well. But I couldn't separate several of them in that valedictory, Randy. I found it to be tough.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I found that race to be quite tough as well.
All right, there's a look at some pick 5 ticket ideas, and let's look at some of our plays of the night as well. And I have a feeling you mentioned a couple of them already, so let's look at your 4-pack.
Okay, so we're going to start things off in race number 2, and that's going to be Double Dippin'. He's going to be my worth a look, shipping back in here from Saratoga. In race number 4, it's going to be Lily's Last. Second start, Lazek. Second start, Kyle Fellows for her. Race number 8 is going to be Beat the Favorite, Showstop for Dave Kelly. And my all-in, Get Wings.
All right, Showstop I really like in there as well. I think this is one that is ready for a big effort. I think you liked him last time out in what was a tough trip. My maiden breaker, Sport Evie, Spot Play, Montana Slim, all in Better, Double Down. My worth a look, Saltwind Infusion, I thought took a big step forward last time out.
Yeah,
so I'm curious,
absolutely
not
agree.
one that, again, I'd be going all in on, but I thought took a step forward last time out. Maybe one that can pop up with a winning effort here in that final pick 5. So there's a look at Randy and I's thoughts, and let's look at our resident handicappers and their selections. Garnet Barnsdale, Donna Tover, Spot Play, Lily's Last, Ghislaine Paquette, Ready to Win.
Ready to win. I hope you're
Kevin
right,
Plaucha, Acquired Taste as his spot play there. Again, a filly that I think can pop up with or a mare that can pop up with a big effort there. So moments away here from our first card in 2026. Let's have a night, Randy.
Yeah, let's have a night and make some people some money.
Ourselves, too.
That would be good, too.
comes the Fed.
It is Confederate. Isn't he magnificent?
He seized more than $2 million in his illustrious career, with arresting victories in the most wanted list of races.
Confederate won 46-1, a world record. Confederate destroys them.
Hailing from a long line of heroes, he's destined for greatness. Confederate, standing at Diamond Creek Farm.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
First race, Field of Pacers on parade. Here's number 1, Sporty Evie. Doug McNair drives. Greg McNair trains and owns with Ian Fleming. The 2, Dirty Laundry, driven by Jody Jameson, is sent out by Nikki Comegna for owner Bruno Comegna. Mike Whalen drives 3, Freight Train Baby. Elaine Gilders owns and trains. The 4, Heads Carolina, driven by Daryl Thiessen, is owned and trained by Kevin Enman. Shuri, the 5, has Tyler Borth at the controls. Jason Libby trains for Robert LeBlanc, Pride Stables Incorporated, and William Beatty. Number 6, Stompa, J.R. Plana aboard, Mike Timpano for Wendy Timpano, Frank Tucci, and Sea Spray Stables Limited. Here's 7, Gala's Black Beauty. Mike Vanderkamp trains and drives for Stu and Patricia Bolander. 8, Steal My Sunshine. Travis Henry drives for owner-trainer Matty Henry. Phil Hudon driving 9, Montague Velma. Doug High trains for Steven Samus and Mikey Crumbucker. And the 10 is Beach Wiggle. Travis Cullen does the driving. He also owns with Jody Cullen and Ron Cullen. Jody's also the trainer. That's your field for the Friday opener. Our first race of the 2026 season starts the early pick 5, guaranteed at $75,000, post time in 3 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 1, and this is going to kick off that early pick 5. And there's a look at my top selection here, one that I'm going to be going all in on. Sporty Evie as my maiden breaker, and she's taken support to the tune of 5-2. I expected support from her, but I like those qualifying efforts, and I'm hoping she's ready for a winning effort tonight.
I agree. I thought both efforts were real good in the qualifiers, but that last one to me, she was real good. And the horse that beat her in that last qualifier, and I'm not 100% sure if he doesn't turn this one loose that she's not right in this other guy's grill, was the Feast, who raced real good his first lifetime start, back in to go, Saturday or Sunday? And I think I used him back on top.
Okay.
So, I mean, as a reference point, she qualified really good in against a horse that has been racing good, and I'm going to use this weekend.
Your top selection, you did go Sport Evie's direction, but one that I'm intrigued with here tonight, one that Garnet went to on top, as well as Kevin Plowchuk, Beach Wiggle. She's going to be making her career debut off 1 qualifying effort at Flamborough. She's 6-1 right now, making career start number 1 from the 10 hole. I think she's dangerous in here. I just don't know what we're going to expect, though. Yeah, that's the whole thing. What do we get? She's obviously taken support from the 10 hole, never raced, but yet she's at 6-1. People like her. My big thing is I watched him race an unraced 3-year-old filly at London the other day, and he took her back. And he win easy. But he ended up being second over, which ended up being first over, and then he exploded her. So I just don't necessarily believe he's going to blast from the 10 hole. The one that I think we're going to see, handled aggressively in this spot, because we saw that in career start number 1, is Gala's Black Beauty. I thought she raced much better than that qualifying effort. I still think there could be some greenness here, and I think that if she finds herself on the lead or ends up clearing, I still think that maybe she's going to be waiting on them like she did the last time out. I agree. I think that, I think that in a way that's why we're seeing Vanderkamp driving her. I think he's just trying to get her in the best frame as he can, like a Tricky McWicky, drove him the first couple of times and then turn him over to somebody else. Usually it's a Doug, but she's easy, good enough to win in here, no doubt about that. Stompa taking some support here. This is going to be her second start on Lasix, but I'm not a fan of the date. That's the biggest thing. But again, taking more support despite that. Yeah, that's Stompa's. She's scary. Yeah. Really scary. Second start Lasix is my angle. Some of the races she's gone has been crazy. Good, but how do you select a horse that hasn't showed a charted line since October the 31st? That's too much for me, John. She was 20-1 last time, and now she's 7-1 for me. That's a bit of a head scratcher, at least for me, right? Yes. Shuri, quick thoughts on her. I think she can put forth a good effort, but not one that I'm in love with tonight. I got her in for third. She's only going to get better in Libby's barn, but we got to have to see a little bit more out of her. But she will get better the longer she stays in Jason's barn. All right, Chad, voice must be sharp. A few extra days off. I'm sure you're ready for the first card of 2026.
Yeah, battling a bit of a head cold, but that's fine. We truck on. We are ready to go. We're all well rested, ready to get back at it. A new year with a new time, ready to roll. First of 12. We've got a busy weekend ahead. Again, as we kick off this winter 4-day rotation of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Happy New Year once again, everybody. Happy birthday to all of our equine athletes as well. And welcome to 2026. Here we go. Our first race of the year, lined up behind the gate. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And trying to leave out of there down the center, the pair of Shuri and Stampa. And Stampa is going to stride ahead here for Plon, it appears. Stampa going for the front with Shuri along the inside second. Driving out as well into play early by Travis Henry. Steal My Sunshine. That one will continue to drive on. Following that one is Vanderkamp with Gala's Black Beauty. Away in fifth to the inside, Dirty Laundry. Sporty Evies got a seat in sixth early in front of Freight Train Baby, who's got 3 beat. It's Heads Carolina, then the last two who were gapped at the start, Montague Velma and Beach Wiggle, a couple of first-time starters. 28-4 opening quarter. Steal My Sunshine has worked her way to the front. Still parked, though, and driving on is Gala's Black Beauty, and here she comes, Gala's Black Beauty, trying to forge ahead of Steal My Sunshine with the lead. She does take over now. Stampa's in third and running all over the helmet is Stampa in third. Shuri in behind that one. Jameson's on the move. First up out of fifth with Dirty Laundry. Following that cover is going to be McNair with Sporty Evie that went by the half in 58-1. Starting up from the back is Heads Carolina to the inside, Freight Train Baby. Another 4 to Montague Velma and Beach Wiggle starting up. They are heading towards the final turn with 3/8 to go, and Dirty Laundry now matching strides with Gala's Black Beauty. In behind this pair is Steal My Sunshine. Second over, Sporty Evie. McNair is going to go 3 wide now as Shuri was all over his helmet, and Shuri's also putting in a move here, 4 wide for Borth. Slipping off of the pylons in behind them, Plant with Stampa trying to find a way through. 127 3 3/4, and it's Gala's Black Beauty. Dirty Laundry on the outside, pokes a nose in front. Here off cover, Shuri starts to close, and in between horses, Stampa's locked and loaded. Here's Shuri, though, taking over and drawing clear late, and it is going to be Shuri taking the opener at 5-1. It's Tyler Borth and Shuri to win the first of 2026. Up for second, first-time starter Beach Wiggle over Stampa third at 157-2. First race unofficial on the board, 5-10-6-2. First race winner back in front of us, it's the 5, Shuri. Shuri, a 3-year-old Bay filly by Cattle Wash from the American Ideal to Emerge Hanover. Robert LeBlanc, Pride Stables at Corporate, William Beatty owned. Jason Libby trains. Tyler Borth, the winning driver. Shuri with her second career score. Kicks off her new year with a winning effort in 157-2. It's a lifetime best. First race official, here are the payouts. Number 5, Shuri, 1370, 563.50. Second, 10, Beach Wiggle, 926.10. And third was 6, Stompa, 380. $2 exacta, 165.50. Dollar try, 362.40. $1 super, 1,904.80. Just shy of 83,000 wagered in tonight's early pick 5. And just shy of 11,000 in live money is going to head on to leg number 2. And welcome to 2026. Here we go. Our first race of the year, lined up behind the gate. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And trying to leave out of there down the center, the pair of Shuri and Stompa. And Stompa is going to stride ahead here for Plon, it appears. Stompa going for the front with Shuri along the inside second. Driving out as well into play early by Travis Henry. Steal My Sunshine. That one will continue to drive on. Following that one is Vanderkamp with Gala's Black Beauty. Away in fifth to the inside, Dirty Laundry. Sporty Evie's got a seat in sixth early in front of Freight Train Baby, who's got 3 beat. It's Heads Carolina, then the last 2 who were gapped at the start, Montague Velma and Beach Wiggle, a couple of first-time starters, 28-4 opening quarter. Steal My Sunshine has worked her way to the front. Still parked, though, and driving on is Gala's Black Beauty, and here she comes, Gala's Black Beauty, trying to forge ahead of Steal My Sunshine with the lead. She does take over now. Stompa's in third and running all over the helmet is Stompa in third. Shuri in behind that one. Jameson's on the move, first up out of fifth with Dirty Laundry. Following that cover is going to be McNair with Sporty Evie that went by the half in 58-1. Starting up from the back is Heads Carolina to the inside, Freight Train Baby. Another 4 to Montague Velma and Beach Wiggle starting up. They are heading towards the final turn with 3/8 to go, and Dirty Laundry now matching strides with Gala's Black Beauty. In behind this pair is Steal My Sunshine, second over Sporty Evie. McNair is going to go 3 wide now as Shuri was all over his helmet, and Shuri's also putting in a move here, 4 wide for Borth. Slipping off of the pylons in behind them, Plant with Stompa trying to find a way through. 127 3 3/4, and it's Gala's Black Beauty. Dirty Laundry on the outside, pokes a nose in front. Here off cover, Shuri starts to close, and in between horses, Stompa's locked and loaded. Here's Shuri, though, taking over and drawing clear late, and it is going to be Shuri taking the opener at 5-1. It's Tyler Borth and Shuri to win the first of 2026. Up for second, first-time starter Beach Wiggle over Stompa third at 157-2. First race finish order, top down reads 5-4-10, 8-1-3, 6-7-9, 2 on the bottom. Race number 2 is coming up next. He's got some new information to pass along. One claim is in on the 6 Legacies Jailbreak. Additionally to that, I can tell you in race number 3, we've got another scratch now of 7 Lady Freight due to sickness. So 3 and 7, both scratched out of tonight's third race. And a judge's transportation scratch in race 12 of number 9 Malone. The 9 Malone Judges transportation scratch out of race number 12. Here are the trotters for race 2. The one CrossFit, driven by Billy Davis, is sent out by Vic Putty for owners Gordon McDonald and Christopher Boland. Mystic the 2, Daryl Thiessen at the lines, Renee Dion trains for SNR Racing Stable Incorporated and Gestion JF Goyette Incorporated. See me zoom the 3 as Jay Harris at the controls. Lacey McCabe trains for Glenview Livestock Limited. Number 4, head of the class. Travis Cullen drives. Jody Cullen trains. A1 Stable, the owners. Donat over the 5, driven by Tyler Borth, is trained by Gerard Demers for Francois Morin. One claim in on the 6, Legacy's Jailbreak. She's driven by Todd Ratchford. Mike Kwinowski trains for Wayne McRae, Hamac Farms Limited, and Brian Foley. Aaron Byron driving 7, double dipping for owner-trainer Sarah Bayer-Jean. And Shutter Green's the 8. Travis Henry aboard. Mark Etzel trains and owns with Grant Turner, Peter Porter, and Graham Hopkins. It's your field for race 2. Trotters to the gate in 3 minutes.
Race number 1, the first winner of 2026 is Shuri, and Tyler Borth, the one that I just mentioned on there, saying I'm not in love with her in this spot, and she put forth a vicious stretch rally. We've seen that from her in the past, but tonight it was on big time display. But congrats to Shuri, who kicked off the 2026 season of racing here at Woodbine Mohawk Park off as a winner. Move on to race number 2. We've got a claim in on the current even money shot, Legacy's Jailbreak. Look, that was a really good winning performance last time out, Randy. I think she's going to have every chance to double up here. But you, like a value player in here at 19-1, and that's double dipping.
Yeah, I'm going to go with this one. Like the way that, this one had raced in the past. Haven't seen, obviously, much of them, but like the barn that he comes out of, and I do think that if Double Dippin' is looking good out there, then I think that he's as live in here as anybody. He's been racing okay in an optional 25,000 claimer down in Saratoga, and now he's meeting 12 to 15s here. So I just think that he's a horse that's been kind of overlooked a little bit, and if he was in this class the way that he, between the starts of last year when he was racing good, I think he would have been a lot lower odds than 19-1. I think people just kind of forgot about him.
Legacy's Jailbreak, I understand the appeal. Again, a nice winning effort for her. She's got another good draw to work with and a claim in on her. So, again, lots to like. Not so much the price, but she does look tough in here without a doubt.
She does. She does look tough in here, but still a little bit light on the wins for my liking. You know what I mean? 3 for 19 last year. And the one time it looks like she sat, she left out of there good. Had a good race, sat in the 2-hole, finishes third, but finishes third to Irish Dreamer, horse that doesn't win a lot of races.
One that's also taken some support, Donna Tolver. I think this is one that's going to be be back in Gerard Demers' barn after being claimed in his most recent. Lots to like, right? Good post. This is a horse that's been racing well for Demers, and I think this guy's a contender without a doubt.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he was tough to leave off. He's sharp right now and on his game, and in this class, he's always going to be dangerous. I just happen to like a few other ones.
I think that head of the class, I thought that was a nice effort from him last time out. It wouldn't surprise me if he put forth a good effort. I just didn't really peg him as a big-time win candidate, although I did use him in my pick 5 ticket.
Completely agree with you. I thought that last week, the last 2 starts were probably his 2 best that he's had here in quite a while, and he looks good out on the track.
Anyone on the board that maybe appeals to you as a long shot? I know you went with a double-digit price and double dipping, but is there anyone else in here that kind of appeals to you whatsoever?
Well, I think the rail horse is kind of interesting coming down here from Putty's barn, you know what I mean? Coming in here with 3 wins in a row. Obviously, a horse we're catching with good form. 10 for 36 last year. He knows how to win races, this guy.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 2. Best of luck.
We have field of trotters for the second lineup. Group of 8 will wrap up our daily double. 7 to 5 on the 6 Legacy's Jailbreak, the claimed horse. Low mare against the boys here. 2-1 on 5 to not over. 4-1 to the inside of that one is head of the class. It's post time, race 2. Second race field lined up. Here they come. Stutter step beginning for the rail horse CrossFit. Gaps it a few lengths. Away they go off and trotting. And Simi Zoom leaving out of there alertly for Jay Harris. Simi Zoom goes forward to take over the early lead in front of Mystic. Outside of that one, third to not over. And there's Legacy's Jailbreak into the top four heading to the opening turn. She's followed fifth by Double Dippin', who's tracked by Head of the Class. And then it is CrossFit. And now back to last, Shutter Green. Simi Zoom at 62-1 shows the way after a 27-4 opening quarter. Leads them into the backstretch. Length and a quarter in front of Mystic, who's second. A length and a half clear of Donat over third. Then it's two more to Legacy's Jailbreak. 2-5 heavy favorite. About 6 off the early lead. Fourth. Trotting fifth is Double Dippin'. Then it is Head of the Class. CrossFit next to last. Shutter Green trails the group. Single file, field of 8, race towards the midway check-in with Simi Zoom still leading the way a length on Mystic. Donat over third and Legacy's Jailbreak fourth, a bit closer now, 57-2. They were down to the half. Into this turn they go towards 5/8, and there's Legacy's Jailbreak brought to the outside by Ratchford, and that's going to get Donat over on the move out of third. It will be first up, so second over cover now for Legacy's Jailbreak. Inside fifth is Double Dippin', third over Head of the Class. Two more lengths to CrossFit, who struggles on the turn. Shutter Green coming around that one. It is Simi Zoom with that lead now starting to dwindle, as up on the outside is Donat over poking ahead in front and ready to pounce on that one's covers. Legacy's Jailbreak 128 and 1 to 3/4, and it's Donat over taking over the lead. Legacy's Jailbreak now sets her sights on this new leader. Then Head of the Class wider. Inside, knifing through some horses, will be Double Dippin' with some trot up the inside for Byron. It's Donat over still leading it. Legacy's Jailbreak caught on for more by Ratchford, and Double Dippin' continues to make small gains up the inside, but it's Donat over. Borth sweeps the double. Donat over Double Dippin', and Legacy's Jailbreak in 158-2. Five, 7, 6, 4 unofficial on the board. Second race winner in front of us. It's the 5, Donat over. 11-year-old bay getting by Donato Hanover is out of the explosive Matter Dam. Anonym Hanover. Francois Moran owns. Gerard Demare is the winning trainer. And kicking off the card with back-to-back wins, it's driver Tyler Borth. Donat over kicks off his 2026 season with a victory in 158-2. It's the 54th score of his career. Second race payouts, number 5, Donat over 860, 640, 270. Second, 7, Double Dippin', 2160 and 580. Third, number 6, Legacy's Jailbreak, 210. $2 Exacta, 97 even. Dollar Try, 163 and a quarter. $1 Super, 523.05. $2 Early Double, 42.30. 2,700 plus still live in the early pick 5, heading to the next leg, race 3. Number 6, Legacy's Jailbreak, claimed from that second race for $16,250. Goes to new owners Michel Attard and Verinder Gill, with Justin Turcotte taking over as trainer. Second race field lined up. Here they come. Stutter step beginning for the rail horse CrossFit. Gaps it a few lengths. Away they go off and trotting. And Simi Zoom leaving out of there alertly for Jay Harris. Simi Zoom goes forward to take over the early lead in front of Mystic. Outside of that one, third, Donat over, and there's Legacy's Jailbreak into the top 4 heading to the opening turn. She's followed 5th by Double Dippin', who's tracked by Head of the Class, and then it is CrossFit, and now back to last, Shutter Green. Simi Zoom at 62-1 shows the way after a 27-4 opening quarter. Leads them into the backstretch. Length and a quarter in front of Mystic, who's second. A length and a half clear of Donat over third. Then it's 2 more to Legacy's Jailbreak. 2-5 heavy favorite. About 6 off the early lead, fourth. Trotting 5th is Double Dippin'. Then it is Head of the Class. CrossFit next to last. Shutter Green trails the group. Single file, field of 8, race towards the midway check-in with Simi Zoom still leading the way a length on Mystic. Donat over third and Legacy's Jailbreak fourth, a bit closer now, 57-2. They were down to the half. Into this turn they go towards 5/8, and there's Legacy's Jailbreak brought to the outside by Ratchford, and that's going to get Donat over on the move out of third. It will be first up, so second over cover now for Legacy's Jailbreak. Inside 5th is Double Dippin', third over Head of the Class. 2 more lengths to CrossFit, who struggles on the turn. Shutter Green coming around that one. It is Simi Zoom with that lead now starting to dwindle, as up on the outside is Donat over, poking ahead in front and ready to pounce on that one's covers. Legacy's Jailbreak 128 and 1 3/4, and it's Donat over taking over the lead. Legacy's Jailbreak now sets her sights on this new leader. Then Head of the Class wider inside, knifing through some horses. Will be Double Dippin' with some trot up the inside for Byron. It's Donat over still leading it. Legacy's Jailbreak caught on for more by Ratchford, and Double Dippin' continues to make small gains up the inside, but it's Donat over. Borth sweeps the double. Donat over Double Dippin', and Legacy's Jailbreak in 158-2. Here's your rundown from race 2. 7, 5, 8, 4, 1, 3, 2, and 6 on the bottom. Third race kickoff to the early pick 4 is coming your way next. We've got a couple of scratches. 3 LA Mickey, Judges Transportation, 7 Lady Freight, Vet Sick. Race number 3 coming your way in 9 minutes. Here's number 1, Sugar Pie Honey. She leads parade for race 3. James McDonald in tow. Nick Galucci trains for Millar Farms. The 2 is Rock Shadow. Louis Gregg drives, also owns with James Dale. Vicky Gregg, the trainer. 3's out. 4, Sunshine Magic. Jeff Hunt owns and drives. Pat Hunt, the trainer. Billy Davis at the controls of 5, Pembroke Red. Carmen Ociello training for owner Alex Colco. 6 is Calamity Hour, driven by Travis Cullen. Jody Cullen trains for Don McRae and Daggett Racing. 7 is Scratched. It's your field of 5 for race number 3 to kick off our early pick 4 in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 3. And through 2 races in 2026, Tyler Borth has been a victor in both of them. So he can't make it 3 in a row here because he doesn't have a drive in this race. But I'm off to a really good start.
We have a new leading driver at Mohawk. Mm-hmm. We have a new leading driver in Canada, and his name is Tyler Borth.
Tyler Borth. And
yeah, nobody's hotter than him in 2026.
Without a doubt here. But again, as we mentioned, he doesn't have a drive here, so he can't make it 3 in a row. But we're scratched down to a field of 5 here in this contest. 3 to 5 favorite now, Sugar Pie Honey. I like those qualifying efforts, Randy. I think she's ready for a big effort, and I love the body language of this mare when she came up for post parade.
Completely agree with you. She's going to be my top pick in here as well. Loved her out there. Just everything about the way she was qualified. That last qualified that you sent that replay in, that was a really, really good one. Looks fantastic out on the track. I think we can move on.
You know what? You figured Calamity Hour definitely was going to take some support with the couple of scratches. And this is a drop down in class for her. Even with the drop down in class, Randy, I just haven't loved what I've seen from this mare, to be honest with you.
No, me neither. She is going to get away for some tough older kind of company, but she's mixing it up now with 4-year-olds that have also brought in some ability as well. Mm-hmm. It's going to help her this short field. We're down to a field of 5 now, and I mean, you know me, I'm a big believer in these Huntsvilles having one move on the end of it. If you race them that way, I find that they're deadly good that way. But I find if you over race them, then they're not quite as good. You left her off, but with all the scratches that we got, I can see her taking support, just not maybe to the tune of 2 to 1.
No, and as to your point, I haven't seen that wicked move on the end of it. There was the one time where she was covered up along the inside, never had room. You like the body language of her, and she's followed that up with a couple of, again, against tougher company, but just average efforts. So even with the drop down in class, not one that I'm comfortable backing in this spot, but one that I think could race pretty well here is Sunshine Magic, the mare that we see on screen. She had a nice 2025 campaign. She's going to be making her first start in 2026, of course. And I think she's coming off a winning effort, so I think that she's coming with some confidence.
Completely agree. Really had a nice campaign last year. 17 starts, 10 times on the ticket to the tune of 62,000 and a mark of 51-3. Mm-hmm. This could end up being quite a mare for Team Hunt, Sunshine Magic. And I agree with you too. She looks fantastic out on the track. This one horse, they keep showing her on the screen there, and boy, oh boy, it makes a person want to dash over there and fork up 90,000 for her.
Yeah, I tell you
she
what,
ever look good.
I don't think it really matters where she gets away, especially in a field of 5 tonight. I think the moment that James wants to angle her off, if he wants to race her from off the pace, I don't see anybody that's going to be able to fend her off here in this spot. But I think there was a couple of big scratches, right? LA Mickey as well as a Lady Freight. Those two are going to be contenders in this spot.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Just a little speculative on the way that the 6 horse is heading up to the gate. Kind of thought that there was a little bit of an extra step in there.
Compact group of just 5 for race number 3 to kick off the early pick 4, lining up behind the gate. Heavily favored, Sugar Pie Honey. the rail spot. Returning for her first start since the Grassroots Championship in the fall last year, where she was runner-up to Simply the Best. A couple of qualifiers to get set. McDonald and Gallucci teaming up here with this Millar Farms homebred. It's post time for the third. Field of 5 lined up. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. Sunshine Magic showing some speed with Calamity Hour to the outside, and Sugar Pie Honey pushing away well from the rail. Looks like she's going to push on and try and secure a spot at least in the top 2 heading to the opening turn as Cullen crosses over with Calamity Hour for the lead. Sugar Pie Honey has secured the pocket for now. Sunshine Magic will drop for a seat third. In front of Rock Shadow fourth, and getting away last and fifth is Pembroke Red. So lined up to the opening quarter. Calamity Hour leads the way at 6-5, 28 flat opening panel speed. Length and a half advantage into the backstretch on 4-5 race favorite Sugar Pie Honey, with Sunshine Magic next in line third. Rock Shadow continues fourth as they go by 3/8, and Pembroke Red at the back in fifth. It's Calamity Hour leading the way on Sugar Pie Honey, who's 2 in front of Sunshine Magic, and then Rock Shadow and Pembroke Red. They've got a half mile now in the books, and Calamity Hour continues to chop it out. 56 4 half-mile speed for Calamity Hour. Leading the way into this turn, she is by a length and a quarter on Sugar Pie Honey, who's enjoyed the deuce. Sunshine Magic's tightened up a bit closer third. Rock Shadow there fourth, and Pembroke Red fifth. Positions remain unchanged. We do get movement, though, now. Jeff Hunt on the move out of third, with Sunshine Magic to challenge leader Calamity Hour heading to the last turn. It's Calamity Hour on top, but here's Sunshine Magic forcing the issue on the outside. Cullen calls his charge to pick it up, with Sunshine Magic trying to pull off a bit of an upset. Sugar Pie Honey in the meantime, she's angled off for the pylons for a shot in the stretch. She's got a couple to make up. 126 3 3/4. Sunshine Magic's taking away the lead from Calamity Hour. Sugar Pie Honey closing in the center of the track. Sunshine Magic, Calamity Hour's not done. Here's Sugar Pie Honey inching in. 3 of them coming right down to the line. Sugar Pie Honey and Sunshine Magic. Sugar Pie Honey will time it right over Sunshine Magic and Calamity Hour in 1:55 2. Unofficial 1-4-6-2. Winner of the third back in front of us. It's number 1, Sugar Pie Honey. 4-year-old bay mare by Better's Delights from the Mach 3 Dam, Kloof Street. It's winning whole bred for owners Millar Farms. Nick Galucci, the winning trainer. And Sugar Pie Honey driven to victory by James McDonald. 1-for-1 to start the year. It's lifetime score number 10, 155-2 for odds-on favorite Sugar Pie Honey. Third race payouts: 1, Sugar Pie Honey, 380, 220, 210. Second, number 4, Sunshine Magic, 380, 220. Third, number 6, Calamity Hour, 210. 15.10 for the $2 exacta, $1 try, $12.70 the $1 super, $19.10. $2 double, $11.50. First pick 3 of the night, dollar return, $52.70. More than 30,500 wagered in the early pick 4. More than 16,000 in live money. Moves on after the opening leg. And the pick 5 update, 2 legs to go, just over 1,700, still going strong. Field of 5, lined up, here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. Sunshine Magic showing some speed with Calamity Hour to the outside, and Sugar Pie Honey pushing away well from the rail. Looks like she's going to push on and try and secure a spot at least in the top 2 heading to the opening turn as Cullen crosses over with Calamity Hour for the lead. Sugar Pie Honey has secured the pocket for now. Sunshine Magic will drop for a seat 3rd. In front of Rock Shadow 4th, and getting away last and 5th is Pembroke Red. So lined up to the opening quarter. Calamity Hour leads the way at 6-5, 28 flat opening panel speed. Length and a half advantage into the backstretch on 4-5 race favorite Sugar Pie Honey, with Sunshine Magic next in line 3rd. Rock Shadow continues 4th as they go by 3/8, and Pembroke Red at the back in 5th. It's Calamity Hour leading the way on Sugar Pie Honey, who's 2 in front of Sunshine Magic, and then Rock Shadow and Pembroke Red. They've got a half mile now in the books, and Calamity Hour continues to chop it out. 56 4 half-mile speed for Calamity Hour. Leading the way into this turn, she is by a length and a quarter on Sugar Pie Honey, who's enjoyed the deuce. Sunshine Magic's tightened up a bit closer 3rd. Rock Shadow there 4th, and Pembroke Red 5th. Positions remain unchanged. We do get movement, though, now. Jeff Hunt on the move out of 3rd, with Sunshine Magic to challenge leader Calamity Hour heading to the last turn. It's Calamity Hour on top, but here's Sunshine Magic forcing the issue on the outside. Cullen calls his charge to pick it up, with Sunshine Magic trying to pull off a bit of an upset. Sugar Pie Honey, in the meantime, she's angled off for the pylons for a shot in the stretch. She's got a couple to make up. 126 3 3/4. Sunshine Magic's taking away the lead from Calamity Hour. Sugar Pie Honey closing in the center of the track. Sunshine Magic, Calamity Hour's not done. Here's Sugar Pie Honey inching in. 3 of them coming right down to the line. Sugar Pie Honey and Sunshine Magic. Sugar Pie Honey will time it right over Sunshine Magic and Calamity Hour in 155-2. Here's how they all finished in race 3. Top down reads 1-4 scratch, 2-5-3 scratch on the bottom. Pick 6 gets underway in the upcoming 4th race, where number 5 Walk on the Moon. Judges retention scratch. Number 7 Like Chaos going open to blind. Post time in 11 minutes.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Download the Bet365 app, the only sports book available to bet on today's races, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Give me a hot pink cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a kettle wine soda with a twist.
Give me a party, an espresso martini, and a room full of strangers.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka.
Race number 5, 2 claims are on one Tamara Hanover. Pair of claims entered on the one Tamara Hanover, tonight's 5th. And disregard the 2 claims entered on the one Tamara Hanover because it has just now been delivered to me that she's scratched due to sickness. We've got a scratch of the one Tamara Hanover due to sickness in tonight's 5th race, so cancel those claims that were entered on her. Number 1, Salzburg Cami leads parade for the 4th. Doug McNair drives for owner-trainer Yannick Martel. Lily's Last, the 2, driven by James McDonald. Kyle Fellows trains for Mickey Sudar and John Duick. 3 Olena, Daryl Thiessen at the lines. David Jim King trains for Daniel Lunan and Linda Dennis. Number 4, Whizzer Wally, J.R. Planabor. Mark Goddard trains for Howard and Josh Kaufman. Scratch the 5. 6 is Code Switch. Todd Radford in the bike. Gregory Graham trains for Sherry Graham, Tim Gallant. Trevor Henry pilots the 7 like Chaos. Bruce Richardson trains and owns with Joe Coffey. Number 8, Sushi Bar, has Travis Cullen aboard. Doug Brown trains for Todd Coleman. Batinsky, number 9. Travis Henry aboard. Mary Ratchford, owner-trainer. And the 10 Meadowview Rothies, driven by Bob McClure. Mark Etzel does the training. He also owns with Charles Reed. That's your field for race number 4 to kick off our Pick 6 in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 4, and we're going to be scratched down to a field of 9 here as we kick off this pick 6 sequence. And the 8-5 favorite right now is going to be our top selection in this spot, Randy Lily's Last. Amir, you've backed a few times, but in her most recent effort, that was the best effort we've seen in quite some time, and I don't think it's a coincidence when we saw that L pop up beside her name.
I'm thinking that she was probably, maybe hemorrhaging all along, and that's why she just wasn't, staying consistent and coming up with more wins. Only 4 for 37 last year, and one of those in her lifetime best was 57-4 over KD. She brings way more to the plate than that, so it looks like somebody did kind of figure out that maybe she's been bleeding, tasting the blood, and everything about her last week was different. First time Lasix, everything. Like, the way that she looked, the way she went to the gate, the way she raced, the way she finished her mile, everything about her was different. And look at the presentation she's putting on here tonight. I think that she is a very, very valid 8-5 shot.
Again, price is a lot shorter than the price we got last time out, but again, that's what's going to happen when you're coming off a pretty good effort like Lily's Last did in her most recent. But like Chaos is also taking some support, and we're going to see a bridle change coming with it as well. I think he's going to benefit from even starting from post 6 as well.
Yeah, I agree with you there too. And I mean, they're setting him up that, he's a horse that that can leave out of there. And once in a while, when they do control it with him, they are able to get the job done. And to me, Bruce has sent in a change tonight. He's going to go from an open open bridle to a blind bridle. Putting the blinds on to me means one thing, and that means that they want to be forwardly placed. Like you said, with the scratch of the 5, moves them down into our best post position, 6. Definitely going to go out of there. The biggest thing is, is he going to be looking to go out of there to chop it, or is he be looking to go out of there to, find a helmet to chase?
Olina, one that's taken some support at 4-1 as we see her get up behind the starting car. This is one that I think is going to benefit big time from having a much better draw to work with, and I think we're going to be hearing from her late in the mile.
I agree with you there. A really slow starter, and she's just at the right spot. I don't think the 1 and the 2 would help her any better than the 9 or the 10, but the 3-hole, she should be able to get away mid-gate, and she always has good wheels on the end.
I don't know where Meadowview Rothy is going to get away, especially from the outside, but I think this is one, if she works out a pretty good trip, I do think that she can be a bit of a contender, but the biggest thing is outside drop, hasn't shown much early gate speed, so tough to trust in the spot, I'd say.
It's going to be to make things tough from her out there, no doubt about that. But I'll say one thing that you do got going for you with Meadowview Rothy. I don't know who the groom is of this Mark Etzel trainee, but this one, you could comb your hair in her hide. My goodness, is she ever shining out there, this 10 horse. Looks fantastic.
Anyone you got underneath as a bit of a valued player, Randy, or kind of catches your eyes, maybe an underneath player? I know you're all in on Lily's Last, but any price that you think can maybe spice up the exotics?
No, not really. I think that Sushi Bar, always a little bit interesting horse to me. Recently, Doug looks like he's turned this one over to Travis Cullen to drive. So I always look at him as a horse that, could get the job done at some point.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here as we get set for race number 4. That's going to kick off that pick 6 sequence.
Yeah, last call to wager on tonight's pick 6. As they line up behind the gate. Just eclipsing 5,000 in that pool. Will continue to climb. 6-5 on Lily's Last. 3-1 on Like Chaos. And 7-2 right now on Olina. Those are your favorites as they line up behind the gate. It's post time. Field for the 4th race. They've reached the top of the stretch. Lined up, picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and trotting. Sushi Bar and Meadowview Rothy gap the start a couple of lengths. Leaving out of there sharply. That's Henry with Like Chaos. And Like Chaos strides out to grab the early lead. In front of Lily's Last, who pocket ups. Then it is Salzbrook Cami, pushing through to be 3rd. Tucking for a seat 4th, Batinsky. In front of Code Switch, who gets away in 5th. And then it is Olina. She's followed by Whizzer Wally, who's 2 clear of Sushi Bar, trailers Meadowview Rothy. Like Chaos, bet down at 4-5. Heavily favored, leads them into the backstretch. On top 2 right now to Lily's Last, who trots 2nd. 3 clear of Salzbrook Cami. 28 flat was the opening quarter. It's 2 more to Batinsky in 4th, who's 2 in front of Code Switch 5th. Then it is Olina, a break of 5 to Whizzer Wally. The last pair continue to be Sushi Bar and Meadowview Rothy. Single file, well strung out is this group of 9, with Like Chaos leading the way 2.5. And to the midway point in 56-3 is the odds-on favorite. Lily's Last trying to stay with the leader in 2nd. Salzbrook Cami in 3rd, then Batinsky. Followed 5th by Code Switch. 4 more make it 5 to Olina, who's struggling to keep up. Same goes for the others in the backfield. To 3/4 they go, and Like Chaos giving his rivals the slip right now, leading by about 6 or 7 to 3/4. 124-4 for Like Chaos. He's going to come off of this last term with a big lead. Can he hold on to it? Lily's Last trying to reel this one in. And then Code Switch takes over 3rd from Batinsky, who's now 4th. Backing away, Salzbrook, Olina to the outside. Like Chaos with a 16th to go, still on top by a huge margin here, and Like Chaos bet down late, and for good reason. He was good to go. Down the road, Like Chaos is going to win by about 8, we'll call it at the end. Lily's Last holds on for 2nd from Code Switch, and 4th goes to Batinsky. 155-3. It's Like Chaos in the 4th. 7269 unofficial. Let's meet the fourth race romper. It's the 7 Like Chaos. Pumped up tonight. Down the road is the 6-year-old Big Gunny by Looks Like a Chippendale and the credit winner to Misty Breeze. Bruce Richardson owns and trains. Joe Coffey shares on the ownership. Trevor Henry, the winning driver. 1 for 1 this year. Now a 17-time winner Like Chaos and 155-3. Fourth race payouts. Number 7 Like Chaos, 380, 230, 230. Second, number 2 Lily's Last, 250, 230. Third was 6 Code Switch, 920. $2 exacta, $7, $40 try, 34, 45. $1 super, 191.30. $2 double, $11.80 pick, 319.55. 6,100 plus still live in the pick 4. 661.06 live in the pick 5 to the final leg. And tonight's pick 6 pool more than 9,500 wagered. Just under 3,000 is going to move on to race 5. For the fourth race, they've reached the top of the stretch. Lined up, picking up speed, here they come. And away they go. They're off and trotting. Sushi Bar and Metavirathi gap the start a couple of lengths, leaving out there sharply. That's Henry with Like Chaos. And Like Chaos strides out to grab the early lead. In front of Lily's Last, who pocket ups. Then it is Salzbrook Cami, pushing through to be third, tucking for a seat fourth, Butinsky. In front of Code Switch, who gets away in fifth. And then it is Olena. She's followed by Whizzer Wally, who's 2 clear of Sushi Bar, trailers Metavirathi. Like Chaos, bet down at 4 to 5. Heavily favored, leads them into the backstretch. On top 2 right now to Lily's Last, who trots second. 3 clear of Salzbrook Cami. 28 flat was the opening quarter. It's 2 more to Butinsky in fourth, who's 2 in front of Code Switch fifth. Then it is Olena, a break of 5 to Whizzer Wally. The last pair continue to be Sushi Bar and Metavirathi. Single file, well strung out is this group of 9, with Like Chaos leading the way 2.5. And to the midway point in 56-3 is the odds-on favorite. Lily's Last trying to stay with the leader in second. Salzbrook Cami in third, then Butinsky. Followed fifth by Code Switch. 4 more make it 5 to Olena, who's struggling to keep up. Same goes for the others in the backfield. To 3/4 they go, and Like Chaos giving his rivals the slip right now, leading by about 6 or 7 to 3/4. 124-4 for Like Chaos. He's going to come off of this last turn with a big lead. Can he hold on to it? Lily's Last trying to reel this one in. And then Code Switch takes over third from Butinsky, who's now fourth. Backing away, Salzbrook, Camiolina to the outside. Like Chaos with a 16th to go, still on top. by a huge margin here, and Like Chaos bet down late, and for good reason. He was good to go. Down the road, Like Chaos is going to win by about 8, we'll call it at the end. Lily's last holds on for second from Code Switch, and fourth goes to Butinsky. 155 and 3. It's Like Chaos in the fourth. Fourth race finish order, top down is 825, 9 scratch 3, 174, 6 on the bottom. Fifth race coming up next. Scratch the 1 Tamara Hanover Sick. The 5 JM Bet on 6 goes blinkers to blind. And a judge's scratch of number 9 Swift Talker. Post time in 12 minutes. Introducing the field for race 5. 1 is scratch, so 2 clean. A diamond leads parade. J.R. Plant's in the bike. Carmen Osiello trains for Dan Serafian. Number 3, powder play. Billy Davis in the bike. Meg Crone trains for Robert Woodburn. Carmen Osiello also sending out the 4 all smoke and mirrors for Dan Serafian, with Travis Henry doing the driving. The 5, JM Bet on 6, driven by Trevor Henrys, trained by Blake McIntosh for Tim Dickinson. Number 6, Anna's Wish, Travis Cullen in the sulky. Kyle Fellows trains for Sylvain Cote. James McDonald aboard 7, Share the Moment. Beau Ford trains for Natalie Elliott. The 8 is Much Too Young for You. Aaron Byron to drive. Mark Winnicott training for Windermere Farms. Scratch the 9. Number 10, Job Hunter. Doug McNair in the sulky. Des Tacour trains and owns with Ryan Willis. It's your field for the 5th. Heading to the gate in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 5. That closes out that early pick 5. What a performance there by Light Chaos. The blind bridle certainly made a world of a difference, didn't it?
You could really see it like about 3 steps out of the gate when he was just powering forward. You pretty well knew then that it was going to be lights out unless somebody could stay close and track him down, because you pretty well guessed that he was going to tire. Problem was the 3/4 lit up. He had everybody else, on vapors as well. So big mile for him.
There was like 4 different races going on.
Yeah, I'll say.
It's a nice winning effort there. And we're going to move on here to race number 5. And your top selection here is the current 7-5 favorite, making a similar change to the winner in the race prior, right? Going to a blind bridle here in this spot. And I know you're enticed by that as well.
Yeah, I agree. She looks good out on the track, too. Really, really makes a good showing out there. Trevor Henry went down the road last race with Light Chaos. Exactly same bridle change. Pretty well the same post position to work from. Hoping he does the exact same. She's bright-eyed out here today. This mare really looks good on the track right now.
Job Hunter, she's going to be starting from the outside, but with a pair of scratches, I think that's going to bode well for her. She's 7-2 right now. I really do think that's pretty good value on a mare that's coming into this event, a winner of 3 straight.
Is that where you went? Good on you, because I put her in for second. I mean, I didn't see these 2 scratches coming in. She's 3-1 right now, but if you could get 3-1 on her, I mean, that's a great number. I don't think anybody expected it simply because of those 2 scratches.
Yeah, win or lose, again, I'm pretty pleased with the number.
Well, the thing is she does her racing so good from up near the front. And, it's a big difference coming out of the 10-hole with a full field as opposed to the 8-hole. She can easily make front now, and if she does, that's her bread and butter.
Anna's Wish is one that's taken some support here at 4-1. I just really haven't liked her efforts as of late, so she's going to be making her first start here for new trainer Kyle Fellows. I'm not sure what to make of her. She's got a good draw to work with. She hails from a high-percentage barn, but again, not much to like in her most recent form.
I think she's another one there that within a week or 2, you're going to see the Mighty L pop up beside her name too, because she should be bringing more. And a couple of those starts, you go down to the one where she was second, where she was locked in down amongst them. I know it was a cheap bunch, but she looked good. But then other times there, she doesn't look good. She's not consistent. If a horse doesn't really want to finish their miles and they're not consistent week in and week out, usually that means that they're bleeding.
Share the Moment, one that's taken some support as well. James McDonald had a choice to go to Anna's Wish. He opts to go to this Daughter of Control the Moment. She's coming off a sharp win at Flamborough. I just don't know what to expect from her in this particular spot tonight.
Yeah, me as well. She does come in here with an okay date. They did whip her over to Flamborough, but, who did she beat over there? I threw her in for a piece of it.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 5. Best of luck if you're still going in that pick 5.
Field for the fifth begins to line up behind the gate, scratch down to a group of 8. 9-5. Slight favorite right now is the 5 JM Bet on 6. Job Hunter with a 3-race win streak on the go, getting plenty of play at 2-1. 9-2 right now on the 6. Anna's Wish. Fifth race wrapping up the early pick 5. Still a mid pick 5 starting to race 6 and a late pick 5 in race number 8 to come on this Friday 12 pack. It's post time for the fifth race. Fifth race field, all lined up behind the gate, picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. A Job Hunter leaves out of there from the outside along with Share of the Moment. Kalina Diamond to the inside in the top 3 right now. Driving out 4th is Anna's Wish. Looking to tuck 5th is JM Bet on 6 in front of Powder Play. And then it is All Smoke and Mirrors and Much Too Young for You, the early trailer. Job Hunter McNair leading the way, but parked out as Anna's Wish, continuing to go on here for Cullen. Share the moment with a seat 3rd in front of Kalina Diamond 4th. Opening quarter, 28-2. They head to the backstretch as Anna's Wish clears in front of Job Hunter. Share the moment still 3rd, Kalina Diamond 4th. JM Bet on 6 is the 5th one. Powder Play follows her 6th, and then it is All Smoke and Mirrors, and the trailer, Much Too Young for You. Single file, group of 8 go by 3/8. Half-mile check-in is next. And it's Anna's Wish on top, about a length and a quarter. Job Hunter in the pocket. Share the moment 3rd. Kalina Diamond brought to the outside. First up out of 4th in front of JM Bet on 6, who's going to be 2nd over 5th. 3rd over Powder Play. To the inside, All Smoke and Mirrors. 2 more to trailer, Much Too Young for You. They reach the half in 58. Cullen and Anna's Wish leading by a length and a quarter. Here's Kalina Diamond up on the outside, now getting closer. Takes over 2nd first up. Job Hunter in the pocket 3rd. Gapped her cover 2nd over, but still moving forward. Up to 4th now. That's JM Bet on 6. Locked up and shuffled. Share the moment 5th. Looking with some paces. Powder Play 3rd over. She swings wide off the last turn. 127 and 1 3/4. And it's Anna's Wish. Now being overtaken by Kalina Diamond. Inside opens for Job Hunter. She closes. Off cover, Powder Play in the center of the track. And behind horses, JM Bet on 6. Share the moment in between as well. There's Job Hunter up the inside. Kalina Diamond and Powder Play the furthest one out. Job Hunter and Powder Play. Powder Play is going to get up at 6-1 at Powder Play over Job Hunter and Kalina Diamond. Mile time 1:56 and 4. Fifth race unofficial, 3:10, 2-4. Winner of the fifth. In front of us, it's 3 Powder Play. 6-year-old bay mare by Sports Writer. It's out of the Western Tear Dam, Laura's Lee, owned by Robert Woodburn. Meg Crone trains. Billy Davis, the winning driver. Powder Play, already matching her win output from a season ago. This is her 14th career score, 156 and 4 off the pace. Powder Play at 6-1. Powder Play pays $15.80, $573.60. Second, number 10, Job Hunter, $4, $2.80. And third was 2 Kalina Diamond, $3.90. $2 Exacta, $59.60. Dollar Try, $113.85. Dollar Super, $734.65. $2 Double, $33 even. Dollar Pick 3, $28.90. And the early Pick 5 wrapped up here. The dollar payout, $892.55. $673.93 live in the Pick 4 to the final leg. Pick 6 update, $450 and some change. Moves on to race number 6. Fifth race field, all lined up behind the gate, picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. A Job Hunter leaves out of there from the outside along with Share of the Moment. Kalina Diamond to the inside in the top 3 right now. Driving out 4th is Anna's Wish. Looking to tuck 5th is JM Bet on 6 in front of Powder Play. And then it is All Smoke and Mirrors and Much Too Young for You, the early trailer. Job Hunter McNair leading the way, but parked out as Anna's Wish, continuing to go on here for Cullen. Share the Moment with a seat 3rd in front of Kalina Diamond 4th. Opening quarter, 28 and 2. They head to the backstretch as Anna's Wish clears in front of Job Hunter. Share the Moment still 3rd, Kalina Diamond 4th. JM Bet on 6 is the 5th one. Powder Play follows her 6th, and then it is All Smoke and Mirrors, and the trailer, Much Too Young for You. Single file, group of 8 go by 3/8. Half-mile check-in is next. And it's Anna's Wish on top, about a length and a quarter. Job Hunter in the pocket. Share the Moment 3rd. Kalina Diamond brought to the outside. First up out of 4th in front of JM Bet on 6, who's going to be 2nd over 5th. 3rd over Powder Play. To the inside, All Smoke and Mirrors. 2 more to trailer, Much Too Young for You. They reach the half in 58. Cullen and Anna's Wish leading by a length and a quarter. Here's Kalina Diamond up on the outside, now getting closer. Takes over 2nd, first up. Job Hunter in the pocket 3rd. Gapped Her cover second over, but still moving forward. Up to fourth now. That's JM Bet on 6, locked up and shuffled. Share the Moment fifth. Looking with some paces. Powder Play third over. She swings wide off the last turn. 127 1 3/4. And it's Anna's Wish. Now being overtaken by Kalina Diamond. Inside opens for Job Hunter. She closes. Off cover, Powder Play in the center of the track. And behind horses, JM Bet on 6. Share the Moment in between as well. There's Job Hunter up the inside. Kalina Diamond and Powder Play the furthest one out. Job Hunter and Powder Play. Powder Play is going to get up at 6-1 at Powder Play over Job Hunter and Kalina Diamond. Mile time 1:56 and 4. Finish order from race 5. Top down, it's scratch 3-1, 4-6-7, 5-8 scratch, 2 on the bottom. Race 6 to start the mid-pick 5 is next. No changes in the opening leg. Post time in 11 minutes. Here's the field for race 6. Number 1 is Ponder No Longer at Hensley Drives. Ashley Hensley trains at an Ashley share ownership. James McDonald, the driver of 2 Mr. Ibiza. Kyle Fellows trains for Sylvain Cote and Robert Bernicki. 3 is Captain Butler. Tyler Borth aboard. Gerard Demers trains for Marie Soleil-Fontaine and Marc Lemay. Doug McNair will drive the 4 Howmack Charmer. Greg McNair trains for Doug Williams. Number 5, Gypsy Joe. Phil Hudon at the lines. Mary Lee Quinn for Robert Quinn. Jody Jamieson driving 6 Easily the Best. Des Tucour trains and co-owns with Ryan Willis. Number 7 is Arizona Jackson. Bob McClure between the wheels. Kara Stacy trains and owns with Clark Stacy. And the 8 is Montana Slim. David Kelly trains and drives for Stephen and Kyle Crump. It's your field for the 6th. It's mid-pick 5 time at Mohawk Park in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 6, and this is going to kick off that mid-pick 5. You can see our thoughts on the bottom right corner of that screen. And you started off with an all button here, though, Randy, but your top selection is going to be the horse we see on screen here, Mr. Ibiza. One that I think is in a much better spot here tonight, and he should be able to kind of, at least put forth a better effort.
Yeah, I think so too. Second start for Kyle Fellows. James Sticks. A lot to like about him. The presentation he's making right now is amazingly good, and I think this is an easier class than what he was competing in against. The biggest reason, too, where I went all is I just refused to leave that 8 horse off my ticket. If that horse wins and cost me, a mid-pick 5 or something, it would kill me, that Montana Slim. I mean, so close at 20-1 last start. And we're not going to get 21-1 this start. 2-1 because he raced so well, but throwing him in as a part of it.
Yeah, I really liked him last time out, as did you, and I think Garnett also had him on top. I thought that was a crazy number. We were getting over 20-1, but nevertheless, a heartbreak that he wasn't able to kind of straighten himself out and get the job done. Because if he wasn't going side to side or running in, I think he does convert, because he was flying. You could see it by that 27 flat final quarter.
Or if that racetrack was Balmoral, it's 100 feet stretch longer, we still win. He still gets him.
I wouldn't have been complaining about that last week without a doubt. But the biggest question mark is, where's he going to get away up the car, and that's a bit of a concern. But you know what? I still think he can make up all that ground. And there's nobody in here that really kind of stands out to me with the way they've been racing, because I think there's some horses that have ability that can pop up with a big effort. Your top selection being one of them. Easily the best. That was not his best effort last time out. He had nothing to offer. He can bounce back in a big way. I just don't know what to expect from him tonight.
Yeah, I don't either. And he's going to have to bounce back in a big way. I threw him in for 3rd, but even when he win, and he looked good winning that day where he was better than Bayfield Beach and Bronx Drifter, but he win the last quarter in 28-4. And I know that he was more or less shut down, but there wasn't a whole lot more left in there. And I think he's going to have to bring more than that for this bunch. If he's going to beat them. So I threw him in as a part of it. The one that scares me, John, I use 6, 7, and 8. The one that scares me the most is sooner or later, somebody's going to pop with this 7 horse. And right now, tonight, he's 40-1. I got him in on the bottom.
Yeah, I think this is one that's going to be making a run late in the mile. And this is a horse I think that can maybe pick up a piece at the bottom end of the exotics. But easily the best, though. He's got a great draw to work with, Randy. He's not the quickest horse off the car. I mean, we saw it when James guided him to a victory 2 starts back, floated out of there to be 6th. It looked like he was asking him to snap off the car. He just doesn't have that quick gate speed in him. But I do think this is a horse that if Jody wants to get float out, remove. I think that might be his best style of racing in this particular spot, but again, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Well, I mean, the only thing is if you look up and down this page, there is very little gate speed in this race.
Yep.
So whether he gets to the front, I think if I'm Jody, I'm probably float leaving, you know, even if I get away third or fourth, then make the remove. Because I just don't see, I think the quarter is going to be like our last race. I think it's going to be a cheap quarter of like 28 seconds. And if you let the horse in front get too much of a leeway, they're going to be at the half and 58 and change.
What'd you make of Howmack Charmer? I know you've backed him in some starts prior. He's just a horse, Randy. Every time I see him kind of covered up and he doesn't do too much work, he responds pretty well. And then the moment you ask him to do a little bit more, he has nothing.
I find that in the moment that he sees air, when he's
you're right.
when he's got a driver's helmet in front of him or another horse, this guy looks like $1 million. But the minute that he has fresh air in front of him, he doesn't look nearly as deadly. I laid off this week and I laid off last week too, but it was a good effort last week. I mean, the efforts are there, but I just find that when he does see the open air, he's not really one for going through it.
Let's call a wager on race 6 and the start of our mid-pick 5 with the pool now over 32,000, continuing to climb as well. Group of 8 to kick it off. 8-5 right now on 2 Mr. Ibiza, 2-1 outside Montana Slim, and 5-2 on the 6. Easily the best. It's post time, race 6. Six race Pacers for pop-up series action. Here they come. And there they go. They're off and pacing. And looking for a fast start. From the outside, both Easily the Best and Arizona Jackson are going to go forward, with McClure and Arizona Jackson now striding ahead early on to lead them to the opening turn with Easily the Best in the 2-hole. Mr. Ibiza gets away third, outside of that one fourth. Howmack Charmer looking for a seat, does cross over along the pylons now in front of Ponder No Longer. And then it is Gypsy Joe. Montana Slim is next to last. Captain Butler trails. 28-3 opening quarter. Easily the Best. The even money favorite coming around. Arizona Jackson now takes over, leading them into the backstretch. Just as Easily the Best touches down, McDonald's on the move with Mr. Ibiza. And here comes Mr. Ibiza, rolling in the backstretch as they go by 3/8 and set to take over. So Mr. Ibiza up on the outside looking to surge past with Easily the Best to the inside second. Hasn't released this one yet. Arizona Jackson is third. Howmack Charmer fourth. Ponder No Longer the fifth one. And then Gypsy Joe's 2 in front of Montana Slim. A length and a half more to Captain Butler. Halfway home in 57-2 is Mr. Ibiza, who does take over from Easily the Best. Arizona Jackson, the early leader, third, brought to the outside. First up out of fourth is Howmack Charmer. Second over, but gapping the cover right now, and Hensley calling on Potter No Longer to pick it up to the inside. Gypsy Joe saves ground. Montana Slim getting to the outside, and it'll be swinging wide now for Kelly, and then back to Captain Butler. 3/4 was 125-4, and Easily the Best back out to challenge Mr. Ibiza. It's Mr. Ibiza leading it, but Easily the Best up on the outside. Now coming to call and poking her nose in front. Howmack Charmer in behind that one. Up the inside, fourth is Arizona Jackson, Montana Slim, and Ponder No Longer. Easily the Best with Howmack Charmer trying to close and pull off the upset. Easily the Best looking for the line. Easily the Best just holds on. Easily the Best over long shot. Howmack Charmer in 155. Unofficial 6-4-2-7. Sixth race winner back in front of us. It is the 6, easily the best. Easily the best, a 6-year-old bay gun by He's Watching out of the Modern Art. Damn Art's Best is owned and trained by Des DeCoeur, co-owned by Ryan Willis. Jody Jameson's the winning driver. Easily the best kicks off his 2026 campaign with a victory, the 14th of his career, 155 tonight. And his earnings from this victory pushes his career total to more than $100,000. Number 6, easily the best, 410, 310, 210. Second, 4, Hamac Charmer, $593. Third, 2, Mr. Ibiza, $220. $26.40 for the $2 exacta. $1 try, $33.90. $1 super, $116.10. $2 double, $73.50. $1 pick 3, $45.30. And the early pick 4 wrapped up, $1 pail, $101.15. 59,000 plus wagered in the mid pick 5. 18,000 plus in live money moves on. And the pick 6, halfway through that wager, 138.73 remains live. Six race Pacers for pop-up series action. Here they come. And there they go. They're off and pacing. And looking for a fast start. From the outside, both easily the best and Arizona Jackson are going to go forward, with McClure and Arizona Jackson now striding ahead early on to lead them to the opening turn with easily the best in the 2-hole. Mr. Ibiza gets away third. Outside of that one, fourth. Hamac Charmer looking for a seat, does cross over along the pylons now in front of Ponder no longer. And then it is Gypsy Joe. Montana Slim is next to last. Captain Butler trails. 28-3 opening quarter. Easily the best. The even money favor coming around Arizona Jackson. Now takes over, leading them into the backstretch. Just as easily the best touches down. McDonald's on the move with Mr. Ibiza. And here comes Mr. Ibiza. rolling in the backstretch as they go by 3/8 and set to take over. So Mr. Ibiza up on the outside looking to surge past with easily the best to the inside second. Hasn't released this one yet. Arizona Jackson is third. Halmac Charmer fourth. Ponder no longer the fifth one. And then Gypsy Joe's two in front of Montana Slim. A length and a half more to Captain Butler. Halfway home in 57-2 is Mr. Ibiza, who does take over from easily the best. Arizona Jackson, the early leader, third. Brought to the outside. First up out of fourth is Halmac Charmer. Second over, but gapping the cover right now, and Hensley calling on Potter no longer to pick it up. To the inside, Gypsy Joe saves ground. Montana Slim getting to the outside, and it'll be swinging wide now for Kelly, and then back to Captain Butler. 3/4 was 125-4, and easily the best back out to challenge Mr. Ibiza. It's Mr. Ibiza leading it, but easily the best up on the outside. Now coming to call and poking her nose in front. Halmac Charmer in behind that one. Up the inside, fourth is Arizona Jackson. Montana Slim and Ponder no longer. Easily the best with Halmac Charmer trying to close and pull off the upset. Easily the best looking for the line. Easily the best just holds on. Easily the best over long shot. Halmac Charmer in 155. Sixth race finish order. Top down is 6-3-7, 2-8-1, 4 and 5 on the bottom. Race number 7 is up next. It's the final of the Niagara for the Thrill Philly Pacers. No changes. Post time in 18 minutes.
With over 30 years of experience in wealth planning and a lifetime of involvement in harness racing, Matt Franklin at Wire to Wire Wealth can help you build a financial plan that addresses the unique circumstances of those involved in the horse racing industry. Whether you are investing to build wealth, protect your family, or preserve your assets, Matt at Wire to Wire Wealth will work with you through the wealth planning process from start to finish.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
In harness racing, there are options when it comes to owning a standardbred racehorse. You can own the entire horse, or you can share the horse with a few partners, or you can share with a lot of partners in a fractional ownership stable. Whatever option you choose, you'll find the experience of owning a racehorse connects people to horses and to one another in truly remarkable and sometimes unexpected ways. To learn more about standardbred racehorse ownership in Ontario, reach out to connect with someone who can help you get started on your journey.
Introduce the field for the final of the Niagara. Number 1 is Woodmere Betcha. James McDonald drives. Dominic Ledoux trains for the stable Woodmere Betcha. Number 2, I Bet You a Kiss, driven by Tyler Borth, is trained by Tony Beaton for Robbie Shepard. Travis Cullen drives 3, Gucci Sealster. Jody Cullen trains for A1 Stable. Number 4, Better Double Down, has Doug McNair between the wheels. Herb Holland trains for McKinley and fielding Milena Fietchen. Highland Delight, the 5, Travis Henry in the sulky. Ben Hollingsworth trains and owns with Michael Goldberg. Number 6 is Park Avenue Janet. Dave Maneri trains for Hut Racing Stable. J.R. Plant does the driving. 7 is Who Are You? Mike Whalen at the lines. Walt Whalen trains for Felix Marion. The 8 is Sonny's Girl, driven by Daryl Thiessen. Matt Dupuis trains for 8th Line Investments. And the 9, Kiki D. Hanover, driven by Jody Jamieson, is trained by J.F. McGuire for Jeremy Marcotte. It's your field for the 7th race, Niagara Final, coming up in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 7. And this is going to be the Niagara Series final here for 3-year-old pacing fillies. We've got a field of 9 going postward and a competitive bunch, Randy, but the current even money favorite's going to be Better Double Down. Look, I went with her on top. I made her my all-in here. But look, I can't say that I loved that winning effort last time out. But I'm just hoping that I see the filly from a few weeks ago.
I think, like I said, we talked a little bit earlier about it. I think that Herb's a pretty sharp dude. And you can't train them sharp every time that you race them, or you're you're only going to get about 20 starts out of them. And I think you got to pick and choose every once in a while, when you're going to get a horse on their tiptoes. And I'm pretty sure that he probably went into last week thinking, she's good enough just the way she is, whether she's first or second, she'll get me into the final. And I think he probably went a little harder on her this week. So I think that you will see the one that you were hoping to see in 6-5 right now.
And part of the reason I did go with her because on top tonight is because there is going to be, I think, a lot of speed in this race. And this is a filly that is going to be better suited with the target to chase. And I think that's the kind of trip that Dougie's going to give her tonight. But you opted to go to a filly in the spot that I think is going to be showing some speed. And that's Highland Delight. And look, she's been racing really sharp for trainer Ben Hollingsworth.
She has. And I really, really like her. I like the look of her. I like the way that she does her racing and that. And if I was Travis, look, she looks making a good appearance out there too. If I'm Travis with the middle of the gate, and she does have some pretty good gate speed, you can see the one time he stoked her up 27-1. I push forward, but I push forward hard. Like, you know what I mean? Like trying to get some of those horses from the outside, the 6, the 7, the 8, the 9, hopefully to maybe take a hold and say, hey, he's going too fast. I'll never be able to get up alongside of him. And then halfway around the turn, start idling down then, But I wouldn't just go out of there a little bit and then let these horses on the outside come with you. I wouldn't want to do it that way.
Who Are You, I think, is trending the right way. Again,
Agreed.
This is a filly who, again, has been racing really, really well. I just don't love the draw in this spot because, again, I think there's so much speed, and I think that, could result in a bit of a tougher trip than maybe Mike Whalen hopes for in this spot.
That's the whole thing. Are you quite confident in your horse that you're going to power out of there, even though the rest of them are powering out of there as well? I don't think he does. I think he probably retreats in this situation, which is a good move because, they haven't over-raced her yet. Why would you want to do it now? They've just done such a great job. So sometimes you got to take what's given to you and you hope that the other ones over-race it, and then you're able to capitalize.
I think what's going to change the complexion of this race, without a doubt, is that the horse who's coming off back-to-back wins, comfortable wins, is Kiki D. Hanover, and she's starting from the far outside tonight. She's 4-1. She's been sharp, but again, she's going to have to work harder to make front, and again, I think that's going to cause for some pretty quick panels early on.
Yeah, she's going to have to work at it. I agree with you on that. He's going to come out of there with her. He might get lucky and find the right spot, but I think he's going to have to push for the front. And to me, the horse that's going to really be the fly in this ointment is the 6-horse Park Avenue Janet. I think that she could really cause a lot of havoc in this race.
I think who's going to benefit from a lot of early speed is this rail starter, Woodmere Betcha. She's got good late wheels on the end of it. I think if they mix it up early, she's one that I'd look out for late.
Field for the 7th, lining up. It's the final of the Niagara. Making up the final that was canceled on our Boxing Day matinee. Pushed ahead a week to tonight. 2-1 right now on Better Double Down. 5-2 next door at Highland Delight. A couple of them at 4-1 right now. Woodmere Betcha, and on the outside, the one going for the sweep, Kiki D. Hanover. Post time for race number 7. Facing fillies. Are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving out of there, Park Avenue Janet shows some speed along with Kiki D. Hanover from the outside. She's put into play early by Jameson. Into the top 3 is Gucci Sealster. Outside of that one, 4th Better Double Down. To the inside is I Bet You a Kiss. Looking for a seat is Who Are You, parked to the opening turn. And then it is Woodmere Betcha with a couple behind her early, Highland Delight, and early trailer, Sonny's Girl. Kiki D. Hanover manages to find her way to the front with Park Avenue Janet on the helmet second, 28-3 opening quarter. Gucci Sealster third, Better Double Down got a seat in 4th, in front of I Bet You a Kiss 5th. Who Are You also finding a seat in 6th, in front of Woodmere Betcha, who's 7th. The last pair, Highland Delight and Sonny's Girl. There's the move from Better Double Down in the backstretch as McNair gives her a cue, and she rolls. And here comes Better Double Down after Kiki D. Hanover as they race towards the half. It's Better Double Down up on the outside, now surging past Kiki D. Hanover with Who Are You on the move as well. So no breather here for Better Double Down. She's going to get pressured right away by Who Are You. 59, they went down to the half, and this pair battle into the turn towards 5/8 in front of Kiki D. Hanover. Woodmere Betcha, she's towed into contention, second over 4th, within a couple of the lead. Third over on that one's back is Highland Delight. Pinned into the inside is Park Avenue Janet. Starting up from the back, Sonny's Girl. The last pair, Gucci Sealster and I Bet You a Kiss. 3/4, Better Double Down shows a short lead on the inside. She's there in 127. Who Are You, the one that continues to pressure on the outside. Kiki D. Hanover in beside this pair. Does she have any pace? She lacks room right now. Off cover is Woodmere Betcha, and behind horses, Park Avenue Janet. It's still Better Double Down, and Doug McNair showing the way. She's put away Who Are You. Kiki D. Hanover might get a late shot here at her, but Better Double Down is going to score the victory in the Niagara final. It's Better Double Down over Kiki D. Hanover, Who Are You, and Park Avenue Janet in 155 and 4. Unofficial 4976. Seventh race winner capturing the Niagara Series final back in front of us. It's the 4 Better Double Down. 4-year-old bay mare by Better's Delights from the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam. Ready, set, roll. McKinley and fielding, Milena Fietchen, Herb Holland trains. Doug McNair's the winning driver. Better Double Down kicks off her 2026 campaign with this victory in the series final. It's her 5th lifetime score, 155 and 4. She's congratulated trackside with a blanket presentation made by our director of racing, Ms. Megan Walker. Better Double Down, your Niagara Series final winner. Number 4, Better Double Down, returning 733.83.10. Second, 9, Kiki D Hanover, 453.70. Third, 7, Who Are You, 660. $2 exacta, 26 even, dollar try, 106.55. Dollar super, $518. $2 double, $890. Pick 3, 82.35. 6,400 plus, still live in the mid, pick 5. Pick 6, live money, 62.13 with 2 legs to go. Race 8 up next, starts our late pick 5 wager. Facing fillies. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving out of there, Park Avenue Janet shows some speed along with Kiki D Hanover from the outside. She's put into play early by Jameson. Into the top 3 is Gucci Sealster. Outside of that one, 4th, Better Double Down. To the inside is I Bet You a Kiss. Looking for a seat is Who Are You, parked to the opening turn. And then it is Woodmere Betcha with a couple behind her early, Highland Delight, and early trailer, Sonny's Girl. Kiki D Hanover manages to find her way to the front with Park Avenue Janet on the helmet second, 28-3 opening quarter. Gucci Sealster third, Better Double Down got a seat in 4th, in front of I Bet You a Kiss 5th. Who Are You also finding a seat in 6th, in front of Woodmere Betcha, who's 7th. The last pair, Highland Delight and Sonny's Girl. There's the move from Better Double Down in the backstretch as McNair gives her a cue, and she rolls. And here comes Better Double Down after Kiki D Hanover as they race towards the half. It's Better Double Down up on the outside, now surging past Kiki D Hanover with Who Are You on the move as well. So no breather here for Better Double Down. She's going to get pressured right away by Who Are You. 59, they went down to the half, and this pair battle into the turn towards 5/8 in front of Kiki D Hanover. Woodmere Betcha, she's towed into contention. Second over, 4th, within a couple of the lead. Third over on that one's back is Highland Delight. Pinned into the inside is Park Avenue Janet. Starting up from the back, Sonny's Girl. The last pair, Gucci Sealster and I Bet You a Kiss. 3/4, Better Double Down shows a short lead on the inside. She's there in 127. Who Are You, the one that continues to pressure on the outside. Kiki D Hanover in beside this pair. Does she have any pace? She lacks room right now. Off cover is Woodmere Betcha, and behind horses, Park Avenue Janet. It's still Better Double Down, and Doug McNair showing the way. She's put away Who Are You. Kiki D Hanover might get a late shot here at her, but Better Double Down is going to score the victory in the Niagara final. It's Better Double Down over Kiki D Hanover, Who Are You, and Park Avenue Janet in 155 and 4. Here's how they all finished in the 7th. Top down is 7-8-6, 1-5-4, 3-9, 2 on the bottom. 8th race kickoff to the late pick 5 next, where 1 instantaneous will go aluminum to steel behind and blinkers to blind. Post time in 12 minutes. Here's the field for race 8. The one is Instantaneous. Jody Jameson in the bike. Tony Montini trains for Albina Montini, Kwang Some Love, and Sanabadiza Christy McKaylee. Doug McNair will drive the 2 Bronx Drifter. Gary Murner trains for Dr. Jim Shive. The 3 Toronto, owned by Ed and Ashley Hensley. With Ashley training, Ed does the driving. Number 4, Showstop. David Kelly in the bike. He also trains and owns with Randy Smith and Richard McPhee. 5, Stay Humble, driven by Trevor Henry. Austin McEnany trains and owns with David Ducharme and Zachary Zanussi. Harry G, the 6, driven by James McDonald. Duncan Gillis trains for Christina Saftik. Seen Lads Beat at number 7, Gerard Demers for Francois Morin, with Tyler Borth driving. And 8 is Dr. Joe. Billy Davis aboard. Vic Putty trains for Limco Incorporated. It's your field for the 8th race to start tonight's late pick 5 in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 8. This is going to kick off that late pick 5, Randy, and we've got a field of 8 going posted here with the 7-5 favorite being the 2-horse Bronx Drifter. Look, I always thought this horse was a lot better chasing horses. I still believe that, but he looked pretty good on the front end last time out.
Yeah, I agree with you. I always thought he was a better horse, better when he was chasing as well. The one time we seen him chop when he first came here, but he'd had a month off. He got tired that time, but he certainly didn't mind the chop in his last one. He got a little tired on the end of it, but not enough that anybody, looked like that anybody was going to get the best of him. I got him in for second. He is going to be your favorite. I kind of figured that that's the way that it was going to go, so I'm going to go Showstop up on top.
I think this is a perfect spot for him, Randy. I completely agree with you. He had a tough trip last time out. I thought he was sneaky good in that effort, but obviously you just want to see this horse get involved a little bit, and hopefully in what's a better spot, in my opinion, and a good draw to work with. I think this is a spot exactly. I think if you're aggressive with him, I think this horse will respond pretty well.
Yeah, I don't expect him to buzz him out of there, but if he gets him away too far back and then he expects to start this guy up cold at the back of the pack on a big track like this, I think it's too much to ask. So I really think that he needs to try to concentrate on getting him away at least in the, top 6.
Yep. You know what? I'm still in awe with that performance, with that win on December 7th, because again, he, suffered some interference in that effort. He had to cover a lot of ground, and that horse had no business winning that race, but I think it just shows the kind of speed that he's got in his back pocket when he works out a favorable trip. And in that night, he certainly didn't work out a favorable trip. So we just need a little bit easier than what he's worked out the last few times. Anyone else in here, though, Randy, that kind of stands out to you at a bit of a price? Because when I looked at this race, it was hard separating anybody else from the 2 and the 4.
Okay, here's one for you then. The one that really impressed me is the 1 horse.
Okay.
Now, number 1, he really impressed me when Tony was warming him up. This guy is large out there tonight, this Instantaneous. Now Tony's also going to send in some equipment changes on him. They're going to take the aluminum shoes off and they're going to put steel in behind. There he is right there, John. Whoa, does he ever look good? Jody's got a shoe. Hopefully it's not his. Hopefully it's not his that we need somebody to come back. Hopefully not anyway. But anyway, he's going to go from aluminum to steel in behind this guy. And then they're going to go from blinkers to a blind bridle. You can see the blind bridle on him tonight. I'm telling you, John, this guy warming up was cracking good. And I got him in for third.
Definitely. Anytime you see a horse going to Montini's barn, I think it's something you need to take note of without a doubt. And he's taken some support at 5-1, as you mentioned. Harry G took some early support. I thought he was okay in his most recent effort. I just don't see how he gets himself involved in this race tonight.
No, I agree with you, and I didn't use him. But also with him sometimes, though, he can get himself involved in that last quarter pretty good. I've seen it before on this big track. He's completely out of it, and then that last quarter, here he comes.
Again, when we go back to a horse like Showstop, our top pick, not too much gate speed in this race. That's why, I think he's in a perfect spot if he wants to float out of there and get
just
a good seat
early.
early.
To the back.
I think he's got a great shot.
Getting set for the 8th race. Another pick 5 getting underway. Late 1 pool right now, just about set to, there it goes, over 20,000. It'll continue to climb. Good luck if you're playing along. Group of 8, another division opening round of this pop-up series with the 2 Bronx Drifter. Looking for his 3rd in a row. He's 6-5 on the board. It's post time. Eighth race field picks up speed. Kept off outside Dr. Joe. Away they go, off and pacing. And St. Lad's beat it. Along with Stay Humble. And from the rail, Instantaneous, all looking for quick beginnings. Jameson is going to remind his horse to pick up the pace here heading to the opening turn. He's going to respond and push on through. It looks like he wants the early lead. So Instantaneous leading the charge to the opening turn and beyond. Outside Park St. Lad's beat it. In the pocket is Stay Humble. Henry closing that. So Borth tries to get his charge to settle down into a seat 3rd. He'll get it there in front of Bronx Drifter, 27-2 opening quarter. And then it's 2 more to Toronto 5th. Showstop next in line. The last 2, Harry G and Dr. Joe. Single file are the Pacers as they go by 3/8 completion. Instantaneous, the leader a length on Stay Humble, the pocket sitter. St. Lad's beat it, has settled in 3rd. A length and a half clear of 4-5 favorite Bronx Drifter, who's about 5 off the lead of Instantaneous as they come to the half in 56-3. Toronto in 5th, followed by Showstop, and then it is Harry G and Dr. Joe on the break. He trails. Heading to 5/8 now is leader Instantaneous, still the leader a length on Stay Humble, but now here comes Bronx Drifter, brought out of 4th, takes over 3rd, now 2nd, and sets his sights right on leader Instantaneous to 3/4, and Bronx Drifter continues his momentum on the outside, taking over the lead. Instantaneous trying to battle back. Stay Humble in behind that pair 3rd. Toronto to the outside, swinging wide. Showstop 126 to 3/4 as Bronx Drifter takes over and opens up a quick 2 on Instantaneous. Stay Humble in behind 3rd, and then it is St. Lad's beat it. In the center of the track is Showstop trying to close for Kelly. Bronx Drifter still on top a couple. Instantaneous battling to hold on to 2nd. Bronx Drifter is going to score the victory. It's Bronx Drifter over Instantaneous, Showstop, and Stay Humble in 154-4. Eighth race unofficial, 2-1-4-5. Winner of the 8th in front of us, number 2 Bronx Drifter. 5-year-old bay gelding by Yankee Cruisers out of the Dragon Again Dam, Pascal's Wager. Dr. Jim Shive owns, Gary Murner trains. And Doug McNair right back here on the Friday program for his 2nd win of the night. Teddy approved. Bronx Drifter kicks off his campaign with a victory. His 19th career score tonight in 154-4. Eighth race payouts, the 2 Bronx Drifter, 380, 240, 210. Second was 1 Instantaneous, 330, 250. Third, number 4, Showstop, 260. $2 Exacta, $12.70. $1 Try, $19.20. The $1 Super, $83.05. $2 Double, $9. Dollar Pick 3, $13.45. Just shy of 36,000 put into the late pick 5 pool. More than 16,000 in live money's going to move on. The mid pick 5, just under 3,200 remains live, and the pick 6 to the final leg, $37.47 remains in live money. Eighth race field picks up speed. Kept off outside Dr. Joe. Away they go, off and pacing. And St. Lad's beat it. Along with Stay Humble and From the Rail Instantaneous, all looking for quick beginnings. Jameson is going to remind his horse to pick up the pace here heading to the opening turn. He's going to respond and push on through. It looks like he wants the early lead. So Instantaneous leading the charge to the opening turn and beyond. Outside Park St. Lad's beat it. In the pocket is Stay Humble. Henry closing that. So Borth tries to get his charge to settle down into a seat third. He'll get it there in front of Bronx Drifter, 27-2 opening quarter. And then it's 2 more to Toronto, 5th. Showstop next in line. The last 2, Harry G and Dr. Joe. Single file are the Pacers as they go by 3/8 completion. Instantaneous, the leader a length on Stay Humble, the pocket sitter. St. Lad's beat it, has settled in third. A length and a half clear of 4 to 5 favorite Bronx Drifter, who's about 5 off the lead of Instantaneous as they come to the half in 56-3. Toronto in 5th, followed by Showstop, and then it is Harry G and Dr. Joe on the break. He trails. Heading to 5/8 now is leader Instantaneous, still the leader a length on Stay Humble, but now here comes Bronx Drifter, brought out of 4th, takes over 3rd, now 2nd, and sets his sights right on leader Instantaneous to 3/4, and Bronx Drifter continues his momentum on the outside, taking over the lead. Instantaneous trying to battle back. Stay Humble in behind that pair, 3rd. Toronto to the outside, swinging wide. Showstop, 126 to 3/4 as Bronx Drifter takes over and opens up a quick 2 on Instantaneous. Stay Humble in behind 3rd, and then it is St. Lad's beat it. In the center of the track is Showstop trying to close for Kelly. Bronx Drifter still on top a couple. Instantaneous battling to hold on to 2nd. Bronx Drifter is going to score the victory. It's Bronx Drifter over Instantaneous, Showstop, and Stay Humble in 154-4. Eighth race finish shorter, top down, 216, 347, 5 and 8 on the bottom. Ninth race kickoff to the late pick 4s. Next, it starts with the final of the valedictory. Scratch the also eligible 11 national tier, post time in 13 minutes. Let's meet the field for the final valedictory. The one is Trinidad with J.R. Plant driving. Richard Leroux owns and trains. Number 2, Parlay King, Trevor Henry aboard. Bill Budd trains for CE and GA, Lawrence Stables, Jason Batter and Greg McNair. The 3, Devil's Wish, Tony Beaton trains for David Dewhurst, Travis Henry, the driver. Number 4, RB's Tenacious T, Travis Cullen in the bike. He also owns with Ron Cullen and Deborah Joe McLeod. Jody Cullen trains. Number 5, Major Threat, Daryl Thiessen in the sulky, Mike Kwinowski for Tara and Garrett Isman. Number 6, Get Wings, Jody Jamieson drives. Paul McKenzie trains for Gary Ford and Janet Kinney. 7, the Tulsa King, driven by Todd Ratchford. Mary Ratchford trains for Josh McDonald and Mike Dix. 8 is Magical Bet. Kyle Fellows trains for Dr. Peter Johnston and Craig Watkins. James McDonald between the wheels. Blazing Cruiser, number 9, driven by Bob McClure. Rod Hughes trains for Sarah Imrie and Elaine Stock. And the 10 is Hasselhoff with Tyler Borth in the bike. Darrell Laver trains for Leanne Davidson, David Walls, and James Grant. It's your field for the 9th race. Valedictory final kicks off the late pick 4 in 3 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 9, and this is going to be our other final, the valedictory for 3-year-old Payson Colts and Geldings. And we've got a field of 10 going posted, and the current 4-5 favorite is a horse that you think is going to have every chance to triple up here, and that's Get Wings. He couldn't be coming into this final any sharper, Andy.
No, he's really, really sharp right now. Comes out of a good barn. You know, Jody drove him last week, got a chance to sit behind him. He was the easiest of winners in there. I just don't really see anybody in here that can take him down. I mean, unless he gets a bad trip or beats himself, it's going to be tough to beat this guy.
RB's Tenacious T's taking some support right now as the second choice at 7-2. That was a nice victory last time out. I don't know if the margin of victory would have been as big, or maybe if he even gets the job done if Blazing Cruiser doesn't jump it off. But that's the best effort I've seen from him since entering Jody Cullen's barn in the new connections.
I agree. You know, and we've seen him, like, it's one of the few times that we've seen him actually race in front and put up a good effort. We've seen him race real good from off the pace a couple of times. So he's equally good both ways. I threw him in for third.
Magical Bet 9-2 is going to be my top selection here in this spot. I just figured I would get a better price than some of the other horses. I think this is a horse definitely with some ability. He just got to stay at it throughout. I'm not sure why he's making those breaks, though.
Yeah, I mean, hard to say why he would be doing that, but I mean, he comes out of a really, really strong barn. You know, in both barns, actually. He made the one interference kind of break when Pete was still training him, and now he made that break last week. The problem is, too, is he's doing it in a bad spot around the turn. Like, I mean, he really, if I'm not mistaken, he was first over last week when he made a break, so there was no interference, nobody bothering him. He just ran because he felt like running, so I threw him in on the bottom. He's got to clean it up a little bit.
Blazing Cruiser, one that we mentioned earlier on, recovered really, really well off the miscue, and this is a horse that was flying on the end of it. What kind of trip are we going to see from the outside, though? That's the thing for me.
That's the whole thing with him, right? The speed is there, the ability's there. I really do think that the 6 and the 9, in my opinion anyway, kind of stand out in this field, and we've talked about this guy before. He is incredibly fast, like so fast, but sometimes, you know, it seems like the brain doesn't catch up with the legs, so I threw him in for second.
You know, the betting public seems to think that it's a 4-horse race. I think Trinidad is a double-digit horse here that, with the right trip, I think he can get a pretty big piece of it. I wouldn't mind using him underneath in some exotics at this number.
I agree with you, and his form's good right now. He's going to have to come up with a big effort, but if he does, the form's there.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 9. It's a valedictory final here.
Field for the 9th race begins to line up. Late pick 4 time, last call to wager. Field of 10 for the valedictory final, just like the Niagara. Rescheduled a week later after the cancellation of the Boxing Day matinee card. So although it's for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. They've all turned 4 once we hit the new year. But we get it. Right now, the heavy favorite, it's Get Wings, an ideal draw, going for the sweep. Clear choice on the board at 3-5. It's post time, race 9. Horses and drivers for the 9th race. Final of the valedictory. Lined up, here they come to a start. And away they go. They're off in pacing. With Major Threat and Get Wings. Leaving out of there down the center. RB's Tenacious T now joining them to the top 3. Devil's Wish to the inside 4th. Ratchford looking to settle 5th with the Tulsa King. That's your first half of the group as they race to the opening turn. And then it's Trinidad getting away 6th, followed by Parlay King. Magical Bet has a pair behind him, Blazing Cruiser and Hasselhoff. It's Get Wings at 1-5 leading it, but RB's Tenacious T driving on the outside here for Cullen, 27-2 the opening quarter. RB's Tenacious T takes over, could be a give-and-go situation here by Jamieson with Get Wings, the heavy favorite, in the pocket. Major Threat is 3rd, Devil's Wish the 4th one. The Tulsa King pacing 5th in front of Trinidad as they get jammed up here racing to the half. To the outside is Parlay King. He's followed by Magical Bet. It's 2 more, and Magical Bet now making a break. Blazing Cruiser is going to pick up a position because of it. Also, Hasselhoff does as well. RB's Tenacious T gets them down to the half in 56-3. He expands his margin to nearly 2 at 5/8 on Get Wings. Up on the outside, first up 3rd. Here's the Tulsa King inside 4th. Major Threat, 2 more lengths to Devil's Wish. Parlay King just kind of stalled on the outside to the inside. Trinidad going wide from the back. Blazing Cruiser locked to the inside. Hasselhoff, 125 and 3 3/4 for leader RB's Tenacious T. And Get Wings out of the pocket here. He has raced patiently now for the last half of a mile, and Get Wings takes over the lead from RB's Tenacious T and draws clear, and he paces away. It is Get Wings flying late here. He's on top by about 4 on Major Threat, who's all out in 2nd. It is Get Wings with a sweep for the valedictory over Major Threat. The Tulsa King holds on to 3rd. Blazing Cruiser up for 4th in 1:54. Unofficial 6-5-7-9. Ninth race winner, capturing the valedictory final. Sweeping it, in fact. It's Get Wings back in front of us. Get Wings, a 4-year-old bay horse by Better's Wish. From the Captain Treacherous Dan, the captain, the angel, is owned by Gary Ford and Janet Kinney. Paul McKenzie trains. Jody Jamieson with his second of the night. Get Wings kicks off his 4-year-old campaign with a victory in this valedictory. For his 8th lifetime score, 154. Here, an easy win for him tonight. Presented with a winning cooler by our director of racing, Ms. Megan Walker. She congratulates the winning connections of Get Wings, the winner of the valedictory. Payouts from the 9th. Get Wings, 270, 240, 210. Second was Long Shot 5 Major Threat, 3660 and 1530. Third number 7, the Tulsa King, 1280. $2 Exacta, $80, $90 Try, $538. Dollar Super, 4,143.10. $2 double pays $540 pick 3 770. A $1 winning pick 6 ticket 426.70. Late pick 4 pool more than 31,000 wagered. 15,000 plus moves on in live money. Mid pick 5 just under 1,700 is live going to the final leg, and the late pick 5 pool there's just under 8,700 in live money of that just shy of $36,000 pool. Race number 10 is coming up next. Horses and drivers for the 9th race. Final of the valedictory. Lined up. Here they come to a start. And away they go. They're off in pacing. With Major Threat and Get Wings. Leaving out of there down the center. RB's Tenacious T now joining them to the top 3. Devil's Wish to the inside 4th. Ratchford looking to settle 5th with the Tulsa King. That's your first half of the group as they race to the opening turn. And then it's Trinidad getting away 6th, followed by Parlay King. Magical Bet has a pair behind him, Blazing Cruiser and Hasselhoff. It's Get Wings at 1-5 leading it, but RB's Tenacious T driving on the outside here for Cullen, 27-2 the opening quarter. RB's Tenacious T takes over, could be a give and go situation here by Jamieson with Get Wings, the heavy favorite in the pocket. Major Threat is 3rd, Devil's Wish the 4th one. The Tulsa King pacing 5th in front of Trinidad as they get jammed up here racing to the half. To the outside is Parlay King. He's followed by Magical Bet. It's 2 more, and Magical Bet now making a break. Blazing Cruiser is going to pick up a position because of it. Also, Hasselhoff does as well. Arby's Tenacious T gets them down to the half in 56-3. He expands his margin to nearly 2 at 5/8 on Get Wings. Up on the outside, first up third. Here's the Tulsa King inside fourth. Major Threat, 2 more lengths to Devil's Wish. Parlay King just kind of stalled on the outside to the inside. Trinidad going wide from the back. Blazing Cruiser locked to the inside. Hasselhoff, 125 and 3 3/4 for leader Arby's Tenacious T. And Get Wings out of the pocket here. He has raced patiently now for the last half of a mile, and Get Wings takes over the lead from Arby's Tenacious T and draws clear, and he paces away. It is Get Wings flying late here. He's on top by about 4 on Major Threat, who's all out in second. It is Get Wings with a sweep for the valedictory over Major Threat. The Tulsa King holds on to third. Blazing Cruiser up for fourth in 1:54. Ninth race finish order, top down, 5-10-6, 7-2-1, 3-9-4-8 on the bottom. Race 10 is up next, no changes, post time in 17 minutes.
Of horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Introduced in the field for race 10, number 1 is YS Flower, number 10. Trevor Henry drives. Joe Pereira training for Imagine Stable. Mike Whalen gets the call on the bike to drive the 2DA Miss Universe. Harry Poulton trains for Donnie McDougall. Number 3, Acquired Taste. Daryl Thiessen aboard. Gregory Manning trains for Clayton Braybook. Here's number 4, Dream Fair Diamond. James McDonald and the Sulky. Kyle Fellows for John Lamers. Number 5, TJ Bliss. Carmen Osiello trains for Alex Calco. J.R. Plon in the bike. We'll see 7, Topville Check Me In next with Travis Henry in tow. Amanda Riley trains for Brian Campbell. And as per usual, parading last will be the 6, Cobra Kate. Travis Cullen, the driver. Kevin Bodds trains and owns with Miriam and Gary Brown. That's your field for race 10, starting our final pick 3 in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 10. This is going to be the final pick 3 opportunity of the evening. It's also going to close out that mid pick 5, and we've got a field of 7 going postward here. Your current 3 to 5 favorite is going to be the 4-horse Dream Fair Diamond. Really liked her career debut though, Randy, and I thought she followed it up with a nice effort on December 13th. Can't say that I love the most recent effort on December 19th, however.
Yeah, I think that she's a little bit high strung. Like, I mean, that's her on there right now. And, I think that she's just she's not grabby. You can see that the lines aren't tight, but she's just a little high strung for my liking. Head's kind of up in the air. It's kind of like she's sort of fighting the equipment. I don't remember the choke plate being on, but I mean, I'm sure that it probably was, but I don't remember it. But my thing is I think that they're basically trying to win races with her, but at the same time, teach her good manners. Kind of what we've seen with Bayesian Firefly. Don't overdo it. If she gets a little bit too hot, you'll never get ahead of her again. So I think they're being ultra careful, but the motor's there, the ability's there, and nobody can find an easier trip for a horse and get them into play like James on this track. So I'm cool with the fact that even though he may be trying to teach her to race, I still think he can get the job done.
Miss Universe is one that's coming off a victory in her career debut. I tell you what, I really like that effort in that first lifetime start. I was curious to see what direction James was going to go to. He went to Dream Fair Diamond, but I really do think Miss Universe is a big-time win candidate, and I think that's why you're getting a more inflated price because James McDonald, went to the Kyle Fellows trainee.
Yeah, 100%. That could be the big thing there. I like the way that DA Miss Universe raced in her last start. I mean, 4-year-old first start, did everything the way that she's supposed to do it. But personally, I have never seen the wheels in any of these horses that the 4-horse possesses. The 4-horse has more ability than basically what she should have. She's loaded with talent.
Now, do you kind of knock her a few pegs, given the fact that maybe she got passed by Cobra Kate late in the mile, when especially given the trip that she worked out? Do you kind of knock her a few pegs, given that most recent effort? Or
my only thing would be this: is if you look at it, she goes 28-1, 27-1, 27-4 on the way home, and then last week on a track, they were given 1 second, but not a big deal. She comes 29-2. I say that she was a little under the weather.
Okay.
That's what I think. I think she was a little bit under the weather, and I think that she'll be a lot better this week.
I tell you what, I would not discount this 3-horse Acquired Taste. I mean, this is a mare that I thought raced qualified sneaky good. I thought she showed some good wheels on the end of it. I tell you what, in a short field, if they mix it up, I think she can pick up a really big piece of this, and that's why I included her in on my pick 5 ticket.
Of all the horses that are in here tonight, she's the one that's bringing look at her. She's the one bringing the best presentation of them all. I got her in for 4th. She's a 4-year-old racing in against a lot of 3-year-olds in here as well, or 1 3-year-old anyway. So I think that she's racing okay. 6 for 12 last year, only at the Loop, but still, she knows how to win races.
And I thought Cobra Kate's effort was very good. I know she's a little bit camera shy, but I think that she's been racing well as of late. I still am a little bit surprised that she's 3-1 and DA Miss Universe, despite moving up, is 9-2. I thought that DA Miss Universe would at least be the second choice in this spot.
I completely agree with you on that one. That kind of baffles me a little bit. Maybe it'll take a change here.
I'm not complaining.
Getting set for our 10th race. So we wind down in this Friday 12-pack. Field of 7, taking up their positions behind the gate. Odds on favorite at 3-5, Dreamfair Diamond. Choice of driver James McDonald over a pair of others in here, including the 2 DA Miss Universe, who's getting some play off her debut victory. 3-1 on Cobra Kate, who's been knocking on the door lately as well. It's post time for the 10th race as the Fillies and Mares reach the top of the stretch. Group for the 10th picks up speed, and away they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving out of there from the 6 hole, that's Cobra Kate to show some speed here tonight with Acquired Taste, flashing some speed to her inside. To the top 3 from the rail, YS Flower number 10. Plant's going to settle 4th with TJ Bliss in front of Dreamfair Diamond, who's got a pair behind her. DA Miss Universe, an early trailer. Topville Check Me In. So they're all lined up. Cobra Kate leads the way. Heading to the opening panel in front of Acquired Taste and YS Flower number 10. Then TJ Bliss 4th. 28-1's the opening quarter. Dreamfair Diamond, 4-5 race favorite, is 5th right now as we get a pocket pop. Tayson with 15-1 long shot decides to come around 3-2. Second choice Cobra Kate, and she'll now lead the way past 3/8. YS Flower number 10 still 3rd. TJ Bliss 4th. Dreamfair Diamond on hold 5th. And then it is DA Miss Universe and trailing throughout Topville Check Me In. A half mile now in the books, 57-3 that speed, reached by Acquired Taste. Cobra Kate tracking in 2nd, YS Flower number 10, 3rd, TJ Bliss 4th, Dreamfair Diamond in 5th, and getting set to head to the outside. She's going to follow cover now, because at a 4th is TJ Bliss, so 2nd over for the favorite. DA Miss Universe will follow her 3rd over in the trailer. Topville Check Me In. Acquired Taste, the leader of length on Cobra Kate. TJ Bliss getting closer outside, and that brings Dreamfair Diamond into contention. She's within a couple now, 2nd over, 3/4 in 127-1. Acquired Taste with the lead. Cobra Kate nowhere to go in the pocket. TJ Bliss on the outside starts to tire. Here off cover, Dreamfair Diamond cut loose by McDonald. She's got a couple to make up, and behind her, YS Flower number 10, and closing is DA Miss Universe. Here's DA Miss Universe up on the outside. Dreamfair Diamond on the inside, but DA Miss Universe 2 for 2. As she scores the victory by half a length over Dreamfair Diamond and Cobra Kate in 157-1. Tenth race unofficial, 2-4-6-7. Winner of race 10 coming back in front of us. It's number 2, DA Miss Universe, who starts her career 2 for 2. 4-year-old black mare by Big Jim from the Cam Luck Dam Stonebridge debuts, owned by Donnie McDougall. Trained by Harry Poulton, Mike Whalen picks up the winning catch drive. DA Miss Universe in 157-1 equals her lifetime best. Number 2, DA Miss Universe, 1335, 50, and 260. Second, number 4, Dream Fair Diamond, 280, 210. Third with 6, Cobra Kate, 210. $2 exacta, 32.50. Dollar try, 21.30. $1 super, 184.15. $2 double, 35.70. Dollar pick 3, 21.60. Mid pick 5 wrapped up. Dollar payout, $160.45. 2100 plus still live in the pick 4. Over 1,500 still live in the late pick 5. 2 more to go. Race 11 up next to start the late double. Group for the 10th picks up speed, and away they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving out of there from the 6 hole, that's Cobra Kate to show some speed here tonight with Acquired Taste, flashing some speed to her inside. To the top 3 from the rail, YS Flower, number 10. Plant's going to settle 4th with TJ Bliss in front of Dream Fair Diamond, who's got a pair behind her. DA Miss Universe, an early trailer. Topville, Check Me In. So they're all lined up. Cobra Kate leads the way. Heading to the opening panel in front of Acquired Taste and YS Flower, number 10. Then TJ Bliss 4th. 28-1's the opening quarter. Dream Fair Diamond, 4-5 race favorite, is 5th right now as we get a pocket pop. Thiessen with 15-1 long shot decides to come around 3-2. Second choice Cobra Kate, and she'll now lead the way. Past 3/8. YS Flower number 10 still 3rd. TJ Bliss 4th. Dream Fair Diamond on hold 5th. And then it is DA Miss Universe and trailing throughout Topville Check Me In. A half mile now in the books, 57-3 that speed, reached by Acquired Taste. Cobra Kate tracking in 2nd, YS Flower number 10, 3rd, TJ Bliss 4th, Dream Fair Diamond in 5th, and getting set to head to the outside. She's going to follow cover now, because at a 4th is TJ Bliss, so 2nd over for the favorite. DA Miss Universe will follow her 3rd over in the trailer. Topville Check Me In. Acquired Taste, the leader of length on Cobra Kate. TJ Bliss getting closer outside, and that brings Dream Fair Diamond into contention. She's within a couple now, 2nd over, 3/4 in 127-1. Acquired Taste with the lead. Cobra Kate nowhere to go in the pocket. TJ Bliss on the outside starts to tire. Here off cover, Dream Fair Diamond cut loose by McDonald. She's got a couple to make up, and behind her, YS Flower number 10, and closing is DA Miss Universe. Here's DA Miss Universe up on the outside. Dream Fair Diamond on the inside, but DA Miss Universe 2 for 2. As she scores the victory by half a length over Dream Fair Diamond and Cobra Kate in 157-1. 10th race finish order, top down, 516, 2734 on the bottom. Race 11 up next to kick off the late double. The 4 Catfish Jack, aluminum to steel all around. Number 5 Southwind Infusion goes steel to aluminum all around. And 6 Bayfield Beach blind to blinkers. Post time in 11 minutes. You can see we've got some claims in race number 12. A pair of them in on the 3 Peso Hanover. 2 claims on 3 Peso Hanover in race 12. Here's your field for race 11. Number 1, Midnight Mood, driven by Trevor Henry, is trained by Justin Turcott for Roland Rocco. Scott Young driving the 2, Gentle on My Mind. Anita Willette trains for Luke Willette. 3, Rose Run X-Con, James McDonald, the driver. Gary Murner, the trainer. JD Racing Incorporated owns. Number 4, Catfish Jack, David Kelly drives, trains, co-owns with Randy Smith. Southwind Infusion, the 5, Ashley Lenvoy trains for Gino Toscani, Jody Jamieson between the wheels. Bayfield Beach, the 6, driven by Travis Henry. Amanda Riley trains for Tom Riley. Doc Houston, the 7, Tyler Borth in the bike, Gerard Damaris for Yannick Marquis. And Phil Hudon will drive number 8, One Can Dan. Joe McIsaac trains for Andy Stewart. That's your field for the 11th race. Pop-up series action to kick off the late double in 4 minutes.
Race 10 in the books, and what a nice effort there by DA Miss Universe. She got
Nice trip, too.
Nice trip, and she did the rest. I was 5-1 on
nice
that
number.
mare. Again, I thought we would get a lot lower. I figured Dream for Diamond would be favored. Again, still, I think is going to get better with more starts, that Dream for Diamond. But it looked like maybe James kind of wrestling her a little bit. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with certain equipment on it or whatnot.
Just doesn't seem like she's quite as comfortable out there as what we've seen her in a few earlier starts, you know. But they'll get her tempered down and going in the right way.
There's talent.
There's talent.
Yep.
There's ability.
All right, we're going to get set for race number 11. A field of 8 here, and the current 6-5 favorite is going to be the horse we see on screen, Bayfield Beach. A nice winner last time out, and he got claimed out of that contest and will make his start here for new trainer Amanda Riley. This is a horse that you've liked a few weeks now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that each time that he races in against these kinds of horses, I think his confidence is just going to grow and grow and grow. You know, he brings a lot of back class anyway, right? $600,000 lifetime and 27 lifetime wins, all at the age of 8 years old. He's going to make a bridle change tonight. Amanda's going to send in the blind to blinkers on him tonight. But his form is dead on. All they got to do is keep him as good as he is right now, and I think he can take this race down.
5-4 Southwind Infusion, my worth a look play here. I tell you what, I thought this horse raced okay last time out. I think a definite step in the right direction. A little bit camera shy though. Just 2 wins over his last 29 starts in 2025. But I tell you what, I think he's maybe inching closer to a trip to the winner's circle.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, this is an interesting change coming in on this one there. They're going to, Ashley's taking the steel shoes off, and she's going to go aluminum all the way around. 4 aluminum Nikes up on this guy. Usually you're only going to do that if you're looking at a real big effort. So Southwind Infusion, he's being hung up to go a big effort.
Doc Houston right now 5-1. We know that he likes to do his best racing when he's on the engine. I think that's his best chance to win here, but I don't know if some other horses in this spot might want to be vying out for early positioning as well.
Yeah, that's the big thing, and I think he's taken a little bit of a drop down.
Okay.
You know, I know that he raced over here in the pop-up before, but I think that this one's a little bit easier bunch than what he had to look at earlier on. So I like him in here, got him in for third, and Tyler Borth off to a big night.
Anyone else in here kind of catch your eyes, a bit of a sleeper player? Because I just, had a tough time with this race personally.
Well, I mean, I think that the 2-horse going off at 13-1 is not a bad little number. I mean, he's just recently won on our circuit, and we know another horse that brings a lot of back class. You know, Anita and Luke done a great job with this guy. Last week they didn't do a whole lot with him. I think this week he's going to be a lot liver.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 11. Again, this is your last chance to play that late double. Good luck.
We're getting set for the 11th race as we kick off tonight's late double. Pop-up series, another division opening round, 4 to 5 on the 6 Bayfield Beach. Off of a win, now debuts for Amanda Riley off the claim. It's post time. Field of 8, pick up speed, and they're off. And first call to the inside is going to go to Roseron X-Con. Showing some speed for McDonald. Now driving out a few doors to the right is Bayfield Beach. And Bayfield Beach, the 6-5 favorite, going after the early lead along with Roseron X-Con. And then in behind that pair right now, along the inside is Gentle on My Mind. Parked out is Doc Houston. Away in 5th, Catfish Jack. In front of Midnight Moon, 6th. Next to last, 7th, Southwind Infusion. 2.5 more to the trailer in 8th. 1 Candan. 27-1 opening quarter. Bayfield Beach leads them in the backstretch with Roseron X-Con in the 2-hole. Doc Houston still hasn't found a seat. Remains parked on the outside. Gentle on My Mind to that one's inside. And then it is Catfish Jack looking like he wants to get to the outside. Midnight Mood is going to follow him. And then Southwind Infusion and still trailing 1 Candan. Bayfield Beach, length and a half leader to the midway point and 56 flat on Roseron X-Con. And Gentle on My Mind. Doc Houston parked out in 4th. Catfish Jack second over, but unstalled cover to the inside. Midnight Mood, Southwind Infusion, and 3 more to 1 Candan. We've got less than 3/8 to go. It's Bayfield Beach leading the way. Roseron X-Con at 21-1. Races in the deuce. Outside Doc Houston. Now the trigger being pulled 3 wide by Kelly here with Catfish Jack. Inside is Gentle on My Mind, and winding up from the back, Jameson with Southwind Infusion, 125 and 2 3/4. Bayfield Beach, the one they got to track down. Travis Henry goes to work. Here's Catfish Jack closing off cover and wider. Southwind Infusion starts to roll here for Jameson, and he's got all the momentum. And here's Southwind Infusion sweeping up and by and pulling away. Southwind Infusion is going to win by open legs to give Jameson the hat trick. It is Southwind Infusion over Gentle on My Mind and Catfish Jack in 154 and 3. And it's an opening night hat trick for Jody Jameson. His latest is the 5 Southwind Infusion, who returns in front of us. 5-year-old bay gelding by Always Be Mickey is out of the Captain Treacherous Dam, Southwind Inertia. Gino Toscani owns Ashley Lenvoy, the winning trainer, as mentioned, Double J in the bike for his 3rd. Southwind Infusion kicks off his year with a victory, the 9th of his career in 154 and 3. 11th race payouts, 5 Southwind Infusion, 593, 40, 260. Second number 2, Gentle on My Mind, 640, 370. Third number 4, Catfish Jack, 390. 29.20 for the $2 exacta, dollar try, 52.95. Dollar super, $240.75. $2 double, 63.40. Dollar pick 3, 34.20. 648.25 live in the pick 4 to the final leg for the pick 5, 471.26. Field of 8, pick up speed, and they're off. And first call to the inside is going to go to Roseron X-Con, showing some speed for McDonald. Now driving out a few doors to the right is Bayfield Beach. And Bayfield Beach, the 6-5 favorite, going after the early lead along with Roseron X-Con. And then in behind that pair right now, along the inside is Gentle on My Mind. Parked out is Doc Houston. Away in 5th, Catfish Jack. In front of Midnight Moon, 6th. Next to last, 7th, Southwind Infusion. 2.5 more to the trailer in 8th. 1 Candan. 27-1 opening quarter. Bayfield Beach leads them in the backstretch with Rose Run X-Con in the 2-hole. Doc Houston still hasn't found a seat. Remains parked on the outside. Gentle on My Mind to that one's inside. And then it is Catfish Jack looking like he wants to get to the outside. Midnight Mood is going to follow him. And then Southwind Infusion and still trailing 1 Candan. Bayfield Beach, length and a half leader to the midway point and 56 flat on Rose Run X-Con. And Gentle on My Mind. Doc Houston parked out in 4th. Catfish Jack second over, but unstalled cover to the inside. Midnight Mood, Southwind Infusion, and 3 more to 1 Candan. We've got less than 3/8 to go. It's Bayfield Beach leading the way. Rose Run X-Con at 21-1. Races in the deuce. Outside Doc Houston. Now the trigger being pulled 3 wide by Kelly here with Catfish Jack. Inside is Gentle on My Mind, and winding up from the back, Jameson with Southwind Infusion, 125 and 2 3/4. Bayfield Beach, the one they got to track down. Travis Henry goes to work. Here's Catfish Jack closing off cover and wider. Southwind Infusion starts to roll here for Jameson, and he's got all the momentum. And here's Southwind Infusion sweeping up and by and pulling away. Southwind Infusion is going to win by open legs to give Jameson the hat trick. It is Southwind Infusion over Gentle on My Mind and Catfish Jack in 154 and 3. th race, finish shorter, top down, 624, 315, 7, and 8 on the bottom. 12th and final up next, fresh start to the jackpot high 5. 2 claims in on the 3 Peso Hanover, the 9 Malone, a judge's transportation scratch, post time in 11 minutes.
We're going to wrap up this Friday night program here with race number 12. A nice victory there for Southland Infusion. How about those Nikes?
The
Certainly
4
made a
Nikes,
difference.
that is the call. That's like going from open to a blind bridle and having the middle of the gate. They're telling you, guess what I'm doing.
You said right from the top of the lane, Southland Infusion is going to jog.
He was the only one that was making that kind of ground up that easy. Like everybody else was struggling just to kind of stay with them or try to, get ahead of them. Jody was just sitting there on this guy. He was digging in pretty good.
All right, so we're going to get set here for race number 12, and we've got a scratch down to a field of 9 here in this spot. We've got a couple of claims in on the 3-horse Peso Hanover. Who's taking some support at 3-1. One that was scratched on December 12th. I don't love the date. I understand, obviously a good draw. I think this is a good spot for him in terms of class-wise to be competitive, but I'm okay to kind of sit out a week personally.
Agreed. I got him down in on the bottom, the very, very bottom. If you want to start a new jackpot high five, my number is 8, 10, 7, 6. 3 on the bottom.
You like a horse in here that's going to be starting from the outside, the 8-horse, Pinewood, Hanover. 3 of you guys going that direction as well. Bob McClure's going to take over driving duties here on this guy. I don't know what to expect from him tonight personally, but he's taking some support.
Yeah, interesting sort of lines, you know what I mean? He raced 3 times in November, all from the middle of the month to the end of the month. Then he misses 2 weeks, races December the 14th. Not a horrible effort, spent some time on the outside, only got beat 3 lengths. Then we haven't seen him since, missed some time again. And now Dagfin is going to give the drive to McClure. It makes me kind of think that maybe they've got a fast mile into him somewhere in between, and he should be good to go tonight. So I'm going to take a stab at Pinewood Hanover. I would look at this as not a significant drop down, but definitely a drop down.
Without a doubt, a drop down. And that's why I have him underneath. I think he's a horse that should definitely appeal to many, and that's why we see 3 8s on that board. I know I mentioned that I don't like the date on Peso Hanover because the date on cover bands are not any better. But one thing that you've said time and time again, it all depends on which barn a horse comes out of when it comes to a stale date. I trust cover band that he's got a nice mile in him, and I think that he's going to be good to go here in his first start for new trainer Dave Maneri.
And the other thing that you got going for him is that, again, in my opinion, he's a second and a half better than anything in this field. If he brings the cover band game that we know that he has, it's over. They might as well write the check.
Look, you know what? This is a horse that we know has some ability. We know that the efforts really haven't panned out at the Meadowlands. He's worked out some pretty good trips in a few of those outings. Hasn't been able to convert. But how many times, Randy, do we see some of these Pollock Racing stock come over here and put forth winning efforts, especially that first asking? Look, we saw that with it Saturday night. I mean, a big effort at 21-1, multiple moves against tough company. Outside draw or not, again, if he drew inside cover band, I think you'd be looking at
2 to
under
5.
even money. Yeah. So right now he's 8 to 5. I think the outside draw is probably inflating that price just a little bit. I still think he's going to go off as the race favorite right now, regardless.
I agree with you. I put him in for second. I mean, and it's funny because if you look at it, originally I did have him down on top, but I changed it and I went to Pinewood Hanover. And the biggest thing was because of the date and the bad post position. I don't really know what we're going to get, but it certainly wouldn't surprise me in the least. He's loaded with talent, and he's coming out of a really, really special kind of a barn. He picks up James McDonald. Really, the only thing that he has an issue with is the fact that he's got the 10 hole, which now he's got the 9 hole with the scratch and the stale date. But he comes out of a barn that the stale date doesn't really matter that much. So I played him. I just didn't have the guts to pull the trigger like you did.
A consistent performer is Mr. Magic, one that we always know we're going to get a good effort from. Look at his 2025 summary, Randy. 45 starts. He loves to do his job. And now this 11-year-old gelded son of Cadabra, I think can get a big piece of this tonight.
It always kills me. Horses like Superior Delight with 135,000 on their card racing in a 20 claimer. And here you got Mr. Magic racing. You can pick this horse up for $20,000 and he's got $98,000 picked up last year. He's a moneymaker.
The Hungry Hill one that's also taking some support. Good draw to work with. I think he can pick up a piece.
Really on good form right now. I agree with you.
All right. They're getting set to come out here for race number 12. That's going to wrap up our Friday night program. We're going to be back in action again tomorrow night for another Saturday night. I believe it's 12 races tomorrow night.
6:15.
So lots of action again. 6:15, the early post time. Not even 11 o'clock yet, Randy. And we wrapped up 12 races. Not too bad this early post time.
No, absolutely, for sure. I mean, in our younger days, John, this would be just like starting to get a second wind.
I have time for last call. All right, so we're going to wrap things up. The last voice you're going to hear tonight is Chad's. Best of luck, everybody. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Here's the one seeking salvation, a lead parade for the 12th. John Thompson owns, trains, drives. Todd Ratcher driving, 2 talk show host for owner-trainer Mario Lemberg. 2 claims in on 3. Peso Hanover, Tyler Borth between the wheels. Mark Etzel trains for Tony Maselli. The 4 Eternally Hanover, Katerina Bosniak trains for JJ Stables. Jody Jamieson, the driver. Number 5, Wheelin' and Steelin', George Ketros drives, trains, co-owns with Mary Ketros. 6 Hungry Hill, driven by Daryl Teesons, trained by Alan Fair for owner Elizabeth Fair. Number 7, Mr. Magic, driven by Jonathan Drury's, trained by Carmen Asiello for Triple S Equine. Dagfinn Henriksen sends out the 8 Pinewood Hanover for Quantum Farms Corp. Bob McClure in the bike. 9 is scratched. Number 10, Cover Band. James McDonald drives. Dave Maneri training for Pollock Racing. That's your field for the High Five finale coming up in 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Post time in 2 minutes. Starter calls the field for race number 12 to begin lining up. Group of 9 to close things out on this Friday 12-pack. As we kick off our first 4-day stretch here in the new year. Winter racing schedule: Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. New post time at 6:15 Eastern. The pregame show, Woodbine Racing Live, hitting the airwaves at 5:30. Good luck here in the finale. We're lining up behind the gate. It's post time. Trotters for the 12th. Hands of the starter, here they come. And away they go. They're off and trotting. And leaving out of there, on the outside, there's Mr. Magic going for it on a break. Hungry Hill jumping it off when trying to leave out of there. Mr. Magic and Cover Band along with Wheelin' and Steelin' will battle to the opening turn. Wheelin' and Steelin' to the inside. Drury driving on with Mr. Magic. Cover Band and McDonald look like they might try and take a seat in third in the early going in front of Peso Hanover, the claimed horse. He's fourth, followed fifth by Seeking Salvation. And then it is Pinewood Hanover with a seat sixth after a 28-1 opening quarter. In seventh, it's Talk Show Host. Eternally Hanover in eighth. And ninth, after the early miscue, Hungry Hill trails. As they straighten up in the backstretch, Mr. Magic set to get some company. Cover Band, the 6-5 favorite, out and rolling here from third for McDonald. Now second, a length away from leader Mr. Magic as they make their way to the half. Wheelin' and Steelin' in behind the top pair, third. Peso Hanover trots fourth. In front of Seeking Salvation, fifth. Brought to the outside sixth is Pinewood Hanover. On that one's cover will be Talk Show Host. Eternally Hanover saving ground inside. Hungry Hill. Jameson lost Eternally Hanover in the backfield. Cover Band leads the way. The half was 58-4. Mr. Magic on his helmet in second. Two more lengths to Wheelin' and Steelin'. Here's Peso Hanover making some gains on the outside. A few away from leader Cover Band. Drury starts to angle out of the pocket here with Mr. Magic to give him another shot. Talk Show Host making some gains up to fifth. Seeking Salvation inside. Hungry Hill on cover, 128 1 3/4, and it's Cover Band. Mr. Magic was brought to the outside, but now he's 2 lengths in behind. Peso Hanover, those got trot in the center of the track, and he's making great gains here for Borth. And Peso Hanover sweeping up outside. Cover Band trying to battle back inside. Cover Band, Peso Hanover up on the outside will give Borth the hat trick. It's Peso Hanover for the victory in the finale over Cover Band. And Mr. Magic in a 158 flat. Unofficial, 3:10.726. Winner of the 12th race is back in front of us. It's number 3, Peso Hanover. 6-year-old bay gelding by Walners from the Cantab Hall Dam. Pennies from above. Tony Maselli owns Mark Etzel, the winning trainer. Tyler Borth with his third on the night. Peso Hanover kicks off his campaign with a victory, the 8th of his career, 158 for Peso Hanover. It goes out a winner for these connections, back-to-back for him. Couple of claims were entered. We'll have claiming details after the payouts. Inquiry sign has been lit by our AGCO judges. It's in regards to the unofficial fifth place finisher, number 6, Hungry Hill. He had that early miscue. They're just going to review that footage and see if he violated any rules of the braking rules. Hungry Hill, again, unofficially fifth, had that early miscue. Did he violate any of those rules? Judges are reviewing the footage now. They'll pass along their decision here momentarily. In the meantime, please hold all tickets. After review, judges determined no violations committed by the 6 Hungry Hill. Results will stand as posted, 310-726. Here are the 12th race payouts. Winner number 3, Peso Hanover, $8, $340, $250. Second was 10, Cover Band, $290, $260. Third, 7, Mr. Magic, $310. $26.20 for the $2 exacta, the dollar try, $38.65, $1 super, $345.65. Jackpot high 5 for a buck, $521.95. Carry over to Saturday, $6,274.07. $28.30 for the $2 late double, dollar multis. Wrapping up here, the pick 3, $91.15, pick 4, $160.85, pick 5, $264.90. Two claims were in on the race. Winner number 3, Peso Hanover. Take it for $20,000. New owners drawn by lot: William Brown, Paul Kelly, David King, and Jamie Trott, with Dave King taking over as trainer. That does it for Friday harness action at Mohawk Park, our first card of the year in the books. Thanks for being with us. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Weekend racing continues here tomorrow. 12 more races at our new post time of 6:15 Eastern. Pre-game show at 5:30. Hopefully you can join us then. Thanks for being with us here, everybody. Happy New Year. We'll see you on Saturday night. Good night, everyone. Trotters for the 12th. Hands of the starter, here they come. And away they go. They're off and trotting. And leaving out of there, on the outside, there's Mr. Magic going for it on a break. Hungry Hill jumping it off when trying to leave out of there. Mr. Magic and Cover Band along with Wheelin' and Steelin' will battle to the opening turn. Wheelin' and Steelin' to the inside. Drury driving on with Mr. Magic. Cover Band and McDonald look like they might try and take a seat in third in the early going in front of Peso Hanover, the claimed horse. He's fourth, followed fifth by Seeking Salvation. And then it is Pinewood Hanover with a seat sixth after a 28-1 opening quarter. In seventh, it's Talk Show Host. Eternally Hanover in eighth. And ninth, after the early miscue, Hungry Hill trails. As they straighten up in the backstretch, Mr. Magic set to get some company. Cover Band, the 6-5 favorite, out and rolling here from third for McDonald. Now second, a length away from leader Mr. Magic as they make their way to the half. Wheelin' and Steelin' in behind the top pair, third. Peso Hanover trots fourth. In front of Seeking Salvation, fifth. Brought to the outside sixth is Pinewood Hanover. On that one's cover will be Talk Show Host. Eternally Hanover saving ground inside. Hungry Hill. Jameson lost Eternally Hanover in the backfield. Cover Band leads the way. The half was 58-4. Mr. Magic on his helmet in second. Two more lengths to Wheelin' and Steelin'. Here's Peso Hanover making some gains on the outside. A few away from leader Cover Band. Drury starts to angle out of the pocket here with Mr. Magic to give him another shot. Talk Show Host making some gains up to fifth. Seeking Salvation inside. Hungry Hill on cover. 128 and 1 3/4. And it's Cover Band. Mr. Magic was brought to the outside, but now he's 2 lengths in behind. Peso Hanover, those got trot in the center of the track, and he's making great gains here for Borth. And Peso Hanover sweeping up outside. Cover Band trying to battle back inside. Cover Band. Peso Hanover up on the outside will give Borth the hat trick. It's Peso Hanover for the victory in the finale over Cover Band. And Mr. Magic in a 158 flat.
monster.